They say an end can be a start. Feels like a barbarian still alive. It's like a bad day that never ends. I feel the chaos around me, a thing I don't try to deny. I better learn to accept that there are things in my life I can't control. They say love is nothing but a sore. I don't even know what love is. Too many tears I've had to fold. Don't you know I'm so tired of it all? I have no terror, these are spells. Finding out the secret words won't tell. Whatever it is, it can be named. There's a part of my world that's fading away. You know I don't want to be clever, to be being or superior. True like ice, true like fire. Now I know that a breeze coming me away. Now I know there's much more dignity in defeat than a brother's victory. I'm losing my balance on the tightrope. Tell me please, tell me please, tell me please, tell me please. If I ever feel better, remind me to spend some good time with you. Could give me your number. When it's all over, I'll let you know.
Good morning. Good morning, Recovery Reinvented. Thank you so much for being here yet again for our 8th annual Recovery Reinvented event. Yes, we can cheer for that. My name's Jonathan Holth. I'm the Managing Director of the Office of Recovery Reinvented, and I'm so excited to be here with you all today. This is a very meaningful event for me. I've been an audience member in the past, I've been a speaker in the past, and now as the Managing Director, getting to put on this event with an incredible team and be with all of you. It's just a really, really amazing event, and I couldn't be more excited to be with you all here again today. Each year and in each way that I've participated, I've learned something new. I've also met people that have become friends and colleagues in the battle against the disease of addiction. And I hope that you all get the chance to make new connections, to learn, and to celebrate recovery. So I want to ask, out of curiosity, raise your hand if this is your first time attending Recovery Reinvent. Wow, that is great. That's awesome. A lot of first-timers. How about raise your hand if you've been to this event 4 or more times? Okay. And lastly, if you have been to this event all 8 times, I'd like you to stand up right now. Do we have people in the audience that have been here for all 8? Okay. Amazing. Thank you. Well, let's get the day started. Hopefully you all arrived in time to network with your peers, to check out the expo and get settled in. So let's get going.
We recognize this change doesn't happen in a day, but events like this can act as a catalyst for people to become energized and to take their ideas and bring them back to their own communities.
And I will not change what happened to me. I wouldn't take it back, because this is where it put me today. To speak in front of a place like this and take a breather and be able to speak life and not be death in the state of North Dakota. I wouldn't be anywhere else today, and that's how I feel.
And of all the things that I'm grateful for, and I have so many things to be grateful for, one is what recovery has done, not just for Catherine, but for everybody around us. And I have learned so much.
There is always hope for recovery.
All right. Well, we have an incredible lineup of speakers today. There's going to be a lot of great things. We'll talk a little bit about that more as the day goes on, all the different ways that you can interact with us today. But first, I'd like to kick things off. As I've got to travel the country and travel the state and talk to people about the work that we're doing here in North Dakota, one thing that I hear over and over again is what a difference it makes when the leadership of the state believes in the importance of advocating for recovery and understands the disease of addiction. That leadership is really, really critical, and we would not be here today without that. So it is my distinct pleasure to kick us off, to welcome the Governor of North Dakota. Please help me welcome Governor Doug Burgum.
Good morning, Recovery Reinvented. Welcome, thank you for being here. What an incredible day we have planned. And this day, as it always has been, is about the power of you. Each of you matter, whether you're here in person or whether you're watching online. You're giving your most irrevocable gift. You're giving your time. You're giving your time to be here, to be part of an amazing, powerful community that continues to grow and grow and grow. The power of you, when you matter, your voice matters, your presence here matters, and you're here to be part of a day of inspiration, a day of learning, a day of celebration, and a day of gratitude. You're going to have an opportunity to hear powerful stories, and you're going to have an opportunity to build community together. You'll have many challenges today, and I'm going to challenge one right off the bat, which is I want you to leave today meeting someone that you've never met before. When we come to conferences and events like this, it's easy to sit by your closest friends, hang in your narrowest circle, but everybody here has a story to tell. Whether they're someone in recovery or someone who's lost a family member, someone who works in the field of addiction or recovery. Everybody here has got something to share, and our community is stronger when we know each other. So raise your hand if you're willing to accept the challenge that you will say, I'm going to introduce myself to someone I've never met before. I'm going to get out of my North Dakota skin and go say hi to a stranger. Raise your hand if you're willing to meet someone today you've never met. I know I meet people every year. So, okay, community, let's go. We got that energy. We're connecting. And why are we doing all this? Because we're building positive momentum as a community, addressing this pervasive brain disease of addiction. And we do this by eliminating the shame and stigma. We do it by increasing access to behavioral health supports. And we do it by creating a culture, which starts right here, normalizing the discussion around the fact that addiction is a disease. And we have to think about it like a disease, like cancer or diabetes, which we have normal conversations about without surrounding that with shame and stigma. In North Dakota, we believe that behavioral health is health, and it ought to be treated as such. And by focusing on the foundations of well-being and physical health and behavioral health and economic health, we continue to grow as a strong and healthy state. We've got so much gratitude for the people that are here today, and you're going to hear, this is a celebration of gratitude, but one of the things that you are going to hear today about the gratitude, it's not just the people that helped produce the event, Jonathan, Raina, the incredible team, Pam, Laura from Behavioral Health, all the people that are making things happen that work here at the Bismarck Civic Center, the Livewire people. It takes so many people to produce a conference like this, but our gratitude is really for you. You're the ones that are here that make a difference. You're the ones that carry the message forward. So again, thank you for being here. But we've also got gratitude, and why you're going to be glad you're here is because of our keynote speakers. We've got 3 incredible keynote speakers in addition to the First Lady. They've come from around the country. They've got powerful personal stories to tell of loss and recovery, and you're going to learn and you're going to be inspired. William, Natasha, Gregory, don't miss a one of them. And after you see them, you're going to want to say, hey, to tell your friends, go back on the live links and watch this keynote that you missed because you weren't able to be there today, because these are all going to be life-changing messages for all of you. I want to just say there's a little bit of hope on the horizon, but I want to be careful about this because we've just come through the worst 4 years of deaths related to overdoses. There's many other deaths related to the disease of addiction because we know that the disease of addiction is a progressive and chronic and ultimately fatal disease. We all know people that uncured just progress through their life and they die decades earlier than we should. A lot of attention goes to what we call overdoses, but now with the introduction of fentanyl into our country and it being pervasive across so many different substances, I hate to even call these overdoses because in many cases, these are fentanyl poisonings. This could be a kid in college studying for exam that buys one pill and doesn't think it's laced with fentanyl, and it is, and it's one and done. We all know stories like that. And when we add up the last 3 years alone, I mean, shockingly, we talk a lot about open borders. We talk a lot about people entering our country illegally. We do know it's just a fact. It's not politics. It's a fact that the majority of the fentanyl entering our country is coming across the southern border. But we've lost the equivalent of 6 Vietnams of deaths of Americans. We're taking mass casualties because of this disease, and a lot of that is related. 70% of those last 3 charts on that number, when we've been over 100,000 deaths per year, 70% of those are fentanyl poisonings. And now we've got people that are saying, hey, this is great news, overdose deaths are down. Well, yes, that's one stat that we have, but it's possible that the reason they're down is because of the widespread availability of Narcan. When we first gave out Narcan 8 years ago at this conference, we were criticized for doing so, that somehow we were instead of helping treat a disease and save lives, that we were encouraging improper or illegal use. Now that's been normalized. Law enforcement, firefighters, first responders, family members all carry Narcan, and I'm certain that there's going to be Narcan available today like there has been at every one of these other conferences for you to take home and possibly use to save a friend or family member. So having a downturn in deaths is positive because we don't want to lose anyone. There's always hope for recovery. But what we don't know is our actual overdoses up and overdose deaths down, but overdoses might continue to be climbing. So you can't go by this data. But what we do know is that in North Dakota, where at our peak we lost 136 North Dakotans back in 2022, that we are trending down here as well. And so again, we've got so much work to do, but less people are dying. That's good news. But we don't know that this means less usage. So anyway, when we talk about statistics that are this big, and we're talking about hundreds of thousands of people, more in a year than what we have in the entire, it'd be like waking up tomorrow and every single person in Bismarck, Mandan, and the surrounding area is gone. Dead, died. If that happened, that would be like it would just, in your memory, you'd be like, how could that have happened in our country? But when it happens one at a time, slowly, we just don't have it. We don't take a call of action. You add all those up to get to 100,000 deaths a year. It's 300 plus people a day, and every one of those individuals is a son, a daughter, a niece, a nephew, a mom, or a dad. They're individuals with real stories and real potential that we're losing. If we were losing 300 a day in an airline crash today, that would be the top story in the news. The top story in the news. And then tomorrow, if another plane went down with 300 people, that would be like shocking. Wow, we've had 2 in a row where we've lost 300 people. If it happened in the 3rd day, no one would get on a plane in this country, and the call to action would be that we've got to fix this problem. But every day for the last 4 years, we've lost 300 people in this country to overdose deaths. And where is the cry and the call for action? It has to start somewhere, and it can start right here with all of you. And we can be the pebble in the pond that starts the ripples. I just want us to remember that we're dealing with a deadly disease that we have an opportunity to make a difference on. So again, everyone here and everyone listening can play an active role in helping us reinvent recovery. There's so much that we can do working together on the ground as we work to help people in recovery. And one of the ways that we are able to work together is with our great tribal nations that we have here in North Dakota. We have 5 sovereign nations with whom we share geography, and many of them are here today. Thank you. I've been asked, over my time, Governor, why all the attention on the tribes? And I'm like, it's kind of like, it never was a question to me, because if you're an enrolled member of a tribe and you're part of that sovereign nation, if your residence is inside the boundaries of the state of North Dakota, you are a citizen of North Dakota. My job is to work for everybody in North Dakota, everybody. It's an additional bonus if you're an enrolled member of a tribe, but it's the job. And together we are a community here, and addiction does not, as a disease, it does not respect the boundaries or geographic boundaries. It doesn't pay attention to economic status. It doesn't pay attention to anything. It is pervasive, and it's growing. And as I often say, the tribal chairs have the hardest job in politics, because they have to deal with all the challenges of leading their nation, but they also have to deal with a level of federal bureaucracy. They have to deal with the fact that if they're short of law enforcement, they're depending on the feds with the BIA to do that. So we know that those criminals that make money selling these drugs, they find sometimes a safe haven in pockets of ability to have less law enforcement because of the overlay of federal and state. It's a super complex thing, but it makes the job of being a tribal leader tougher and tougher. But what is happening in our tribal communities is big commitments towards recovery, towards facilities, towards the people that are there, and you're going to hear from some of them today. We've got to continue to work together. We're neighbors. We've come together in a good way. We've come together today in a great way, and we've got to keep working together. And I want to thank everyone in the tribal community, the tribal leaders, the tribal chairs that I've had a chance to work with. Some of them are here today. You're going to see some of them on stage, but together we're making a difference, and I want to say thank you to all of you. We'll talk more about this later today, but addiction is not just, from a state government challenge. It's not just one agency that's got to deal with it. It touches every aspect of what we do in government. It touches our criminal justice system. It touches the highway patrol. It touches game and fish. It touches parks and rec. It touches our school system, because we know that we've got issues with addiction and the children of people who are living in families with addiction in our school systems. So we know that we have it on our campuses. It touches everybody. There is not a family, a community, an organization that is not touched. And so one of the things that we've been trying to approach, the solution to this is, if it touches everybody, we've got to have everybody on board. And I think we've invited every cabinet member in the state of North Dakota across every agency to be here today, either in person, send team members. If they're online, they're all working on it together. And let me just say, if you work for the state of North Dakota in any capacity, if you could just please stand right now. I know the Lieutenant Governor is here. I know the Chancellor of the university system is here, but I know we got National Guard members here. But anyway, let's thank all of these people are here. They're all working for you. Thank you all. Free Through Recovery is a program that came and was spawned out of an idea that came from Recovery Reinvented. And one of the things that we have talked about is that when people are re-entering, when they're coming out of our criminal justice system, and if you're incarcerated in North Dakota, we could be spending close to $50,000 a year on housing and medical care for a person to be incarcerated. And if 80% of the people that are involved in our criminal justice system in North Dakota have a substance abuse disorder, then we have to start thinking of our whole criminal justice, the incarceration. It's about DOCR is corrections and rehabilitation. We got to focus on the R part of that, the rehabilitation. We have to think of our facilities as healthcare facilities, because we're really trying to solve a healthcare problem and to return people to a community. The focus that we have is to make better neighbors, not better prisoners. We got to make better neighbors when we do that. And the program on Free Through Recovery has been highly successful. More than 1,500 participants that are involved in that. They've served more than 7,100 individuals since the program got launched in 2018. And when we started this 8 years ago, there was a huge shortage of providers from the medical community in our state. We didn't have enough addiction counselors. We didn't have a single psychiatrist to work on mental health issues that lived west of Highway 83 in our entire state, and the whole oil boom was going on. We had some of the fastest growing counties in the nation and no mental health care providers. Well, one of the things that we learned is that support for individuals trying to stay in recovery, if it comes from a peer, someone with lived experience including that they have had interaction with the criminal justice system. Maybe it's a mother who's lost custody of her kids and has found her way back and reunited with her kids. That individual with regular contact with someone from a peer-to-peer standpoint is as effective in all of the reviewed stuff. A sample of 25,000 people, your chance of being and staying in recovery, working with a peer, is equally or better than it is if you had a meeting with a trained counselor, twice a month. So we said we can solve the problem of lack of providers by getting people with lived experience in the game. They have a job, they have an opportunity, they can go make a difference. And now we have trained over 1,200 peer support specialists. They're making a difference, this thing. And if you're one of those 1,200 trained peer support specialists and you're here today, could you please stand? You are a big part of our solution. Look at you. Thank you. Way to go. And if one of those peer support specialists was sitting next to you and we started with a challenge, go introduce yourself to one of them and tell them thank you for the work that they're doing to make a difference in people's lives. One of the other things that we've done in corrections and rehabilitation is trying to address addiction by increasing access to effective medications. Medicaid-related treatment works. It works, and we need to keep focusing on the science. We keep moving that ahead. And if we can get people involved with medication, sometimes before they're released, that is one way that we can help them stay out of our system. I would rather spend that money instead of $50,000 a year and having someone incarcerated. We could be paying for their school, we could be paying for their career training, and we could be paying for their health care, and we could be doing that less expensively than the incarceration. Yes, violent criminals, people that commit crimes with weapons, with guns, we have to say that violence is not acceptable. But if we have people that are incarcerated because of property crime related to trying to get the dollars to buy their next hit because they're driven by their disease of addiction, we have to think about that differently if we can get them in recovery. So with our schools is another place where we can reach people, and we have had great success with working with the legislature, working with our public school system to make sure that we've got a behavioral health representatives in every building across the state. We've still got work to do, but if we can reach people when they're younger, again, we can do that. That's part of this whole approach. And lastly, again, we talk about the overdose deaths that we have in the state. We also have another program called Vision Zero, and this relates to highway traffic deaths. We still same kind of numbers. We lose in North Dakota. We typically slightly over 100 people a year on road death. And if you say, why are people dying on our roads? Well, surprise, some huge number, 70–80% of those are related to people that were impaired when they were driving. So the disease of addiction, it doesn't show up in an overdose number, but it shows up in the tragic loss of people dying on our roads or possibly killing another, we've had people that are impaired killing entire families in accidents. So the tragedies can compound. The reason we call it Vision Zero is the same reason that we should be trying to get to zero overdose deaths, because we interviewed people and we said, what would be the acceptable number of traffic deaths, instead of just talking about statistics, which is like, oh, if we got it down under 100, that would be great. If we got it down to 50, that would be progress. Wouldn't be great. Because what if one of those 50, what if we cut it in half and went from 100 deaths a year to 50? What if one of those was your son or your daughter or family member? Would that be acceptable? Of course not. So the only number that we can shoot for is zero. And we have said, in a state like ours, we have an opportunity with the resources we have, with the commitment to each other as neighbors. We have an opportunity to be the healthiest state in the nation. We have an opportunity to have the safest roads in the nation. All of these things are within reach for us to be able to do that. And so Vision Zero, the Highway Department, I know they're here. I know the Highway Patrol is here. I know Game and Fish is here. They've got badged officers that run into people that are impaired when they're out hunting. Our Parks and Rec people they've got badged officers. We have people with the disease of addiction that end up in our state parks, part of the 100,000 plus overnight visitors there. Everybody working together, and our Department of Transportation building out so that our roads are safer. I know that sometimes in Indian country, we can put a pin on the map of an intersection that you all know where we've lost too many people, and we've got to go back and redesign those intersections to take away some of the danger. But we can do that. We can continue to combat people that are driving impaired, whether with drugs or alcohol, with a goal to completely eliminate motor vehicle injuries and deaths. So there's, again, whole of community, we're working together, the whole state, we're making progress, but we've got more work to do. The other thing that's been an outcome of Recovery Reinvented, it's been an outcome of all of you coming, your feedback, your commitment, your connection, is programs. And you're going to hear more about that today from Pam Sagnas. But quickly, the Youth Ending Stigma Challenge, which was, again, Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa youth program that won a statewide challenge. We've had focused Recovery Reinvented on workforce training surrounding becoming recovery-friendly workplaces, which are spreading across our state. We've talked about recovery community organizations like The Door in Newtown and the impact that they're having. We've had anti-stigma trainings with different agencies and companies and communities. When we hold our Main Street initiatives around the state, which we've done in over 75 communities, we talk about these topics and the importance of behavioral health in schools and recovery communities and workforce-friendly, recovery-friendly workforces. Recovery Reinvented has been working hard to bring the joy of recovery to all corners of the state, and that is actually happening. But we've done it in part because of your voices, your stories that have been here at this, that have come here, and you're going to hear more people and their stories today. This helps us change minds, helps us change attitudes. It helps us eliminate stigma. And when we do that, then more people are willing to seek recovery, and which can save lives. And so when you're out talking and normalizing the conversation, you're part of the solution. That's just a simple thing that you can do, is let's keep talking about addiction like the disease it is. We can all make a difference. And when we do that, then we're delivering on the 6 words. When we came into state government 8 years ago, there wasn't a unifying thing. We had 157 different websites to interact with the citizen. There wasn't one thing that pulled together and said, what is the thing that everyone does, from higher education to human services to the Arts Council? What's everybody doing across this huge array of work that we're doing? And it was 6 powerful words. We empower people, we improve lives, and we inspire success. That's what the people that work at Team ND, that's what people that work across the state of North Dakota come to do every day. Recovery Reinvented embodies the spirit, and we collectively find ways to get our arms around the big challenges before us. And one of the things that when we approach those 6 words, we approach it with certain values. And one of the key values that we have brought is with humility, because humility has got two components. The first part of humility is I can learn from anyone. Before I even knew that Recovery Reinvented was a thing, before we even had the idea, before Catherine had even said, I'm going to come out and talk about the fact that I'm a person in recovery. Before we even got to that step, in my very first address as governor, I told the story about the fact that I was walking to work in downtown Fargo, and I met someone that I thought was in their mid to late 20s. Turns out that he was only 19 years old. He was homeless. He had a serious meth addiction. He was literally freezing. I invited him to come into a building that I was going into to warm up, found out a way to connect him with someone that could provide services. And in that conversation I had with him, I learned more about what was broken about some of the things that we were doing to dealing with people that were in a moment of homelessness, that were dealing with the throes of addiction. I learned more of that in that 15 minutes than I could have learned if I'd have gone to days of seminars. And I think the point here is that part of humility is understanding we can learn from anyone. We can learn from other people's lived experiences. It's not how many degrees of education or where you went to school or who's smart or who's not. All of us have the ability to bring humility to conversations, because when we have the humility to understand that there are things we don't know, that lifts up our curiosity. And our curiosity about other people's challenges is part of our way to find solutions. So the misconceptions, the prejudices that we've been taught, people have grown up believing and been told for generations that addiction is a moral failing. That's baked in, and in our state, certainly it was. That's where the shame and stigma comes down. Like, oh, well, if that person just had stronger morals or whatever that means, that they wouldn't be in the spot. It is a brain disease. All the science points to that right now. This is a brain disease. It's not like saying that if I was, morally stronger, I wouldn't have cancer, I wouldn't have diabetes, I wouldn't have something else. It is a disease, and we have to destigmatize that. So the second part of humility, which is hard, and it's part of when we approach policymakers and others, we've got to get people to have the humility to go, what I believed my whole life. I was taught by my parents and my grandparents that this was a moral failing. You have to have the humility to say, wow, what I was taught is not true. There's new science, there's new information, we've learned new things. We have to have the humility to let go of what we thought was true and have the courage and the curiosity to find new solutions and new approaches. So the way our path through this actually includes humility and curiosity. Those two things are essential tools as we try to change the view of the world around the disease of addiction. And when we do that, then we can focus on hope. We talk here about dream, hope, act. The focus on the hope that anyone who's struggling, family members, friends, loved ones, an old college roommate, somebody that that is still struggling, we can never give up hope that somehow they may come back and find recovery. Because recovery is a gift. And today you're going to hear that, you're going to hear this. Even though buried in addiction, there's tragedy after tragedy. And tragedy of, the ultimate tragedy of losing a loved one too soon. But we're also here today to celebrate that recovery is a gift, and we're in a room of people who understand that. It's a gift that's got a lasting impact, and it acts as a force multiplier for the people who are surrounded by it. Just like the disease of addiction, when it drags one person down, it drags a whole family down. When recovery occurs for that person, it can lift their friends and their family above. And with the person in addiction, they seek recovery and they maintain it, the positive outcomes are incredible. Today, the data would indicate in America today, 20% of American children, 1 out of 5, is living in a home where one or more parent is using drugs or has a substance use disorder. This, of course, can lead to neglect, negative behaviors, impacts, trauma, issues in school, financial struggles for the family, difficult, maintaining employment, a host of other issues. These are things that then become multi-generational. If we solve the disease of addiction, for that one individual, the benefits are so many. Of course, it's improved relationships with family members. It's the reduced amount of stress and anxiety. It's the reduction of trauma and enhanced quality of life. Less burden financially and others on what's going on. And of course, creating an opportunity environment for learning and growth. So the force multiplier of solving one person who's dealing with the disease of addiction is automatically a multiplier of everyone they come, their classmates, their friends, their family, their parents. Anyway, all of those things are benefits. So this is another reason why we have to work on it. And I have been part of a family that has been a recipient of that gift. Catherine's recovery is not just a gift for her, it's been a gift for our entire family. We have learned so much from Catherine. Myself and our 3 kids, we've learned about never giving up hope. We've learned that while the work is hard, it's worth it. It's worth the work because you never know where your life can go. I mean, you've heard her say, at the depths of her despair, there wasn't a chance in a world that she thought, hey, someday I'm going to be First Lady of North Dakota. That was beyond concept for her to think about that. An introvert who was afraid to speak in front of, even her closest friends, that she would somehow be delivering keynotes on the national stage, not just here in North Dakota. So when you have hope for recovery, things can unfold in your life that aren't even conceivable today, but the reward exceeds the effort. And then the other thing that we've learned from Catherine is it's one step at a time. It's one day at a time. And it gets easier and easier to change your life, but it's just one day at a time. And bringing the thing that you've got, tomorrow doesn't matter, and yesterday doesn't matter. Today is the day. Today is a gift. Make today count and do it one day at a time. And I've had a chance to see the fortune of her doing that now for over 20 years, the fortune of seeing it. We've had an opportunity to live it. And of course, in my life, I've had a chance to wear a lot of different hats in the private sector, the public sector. But one of the roles that I'm most proud of is that I've had an opportunity to be a friend, a supporter, and now a husband of a person in long-term recovery. Because Catherine's recovery, we know, and the movement that she started, it's not just saved her life, it's enriched the lives of so many people around her, including myself and our 3 kids and her family. It's truly been a gift to me and to everyone that she encounters. And her willingness to carry a message of hope and eliminating stigma has helped so many people. And I got to see it not just in North Dakota, but I've seen it around the country. And so as we've connected the recovery community in a powerful way. And as many of you have had a chance to see her, but when I see the understanding and the empathy that she brings to people who are struggling, there's no other community in the world that lifts up people like the recovery community. And her voice that she's used, I think the word that stands out for me is courage. Whether she went from the depths of her disease to, being invited to the White House to contribute on national matters related to the opioid crisis and related to the disease of addiction. She being a featured speaker back in 2022 at the National Illicit Drug Summit. Board members, she became a board of trustees of Hazelton Betty Ford, a national organization that's doing so much. She served as speakers at South by Southwest, one of the biggest conferences in the world, invited there to be on the stage. But all of that, which are things you could add to her resume, and there's a list that's much longer than that. The thing that I find even more impressive is the stuff when she's not on the stage, when she takes the time to connect with youth, with community members, young people she's mentored, and the boots on the ground in our state to work with the people who are touched by addiction and recovery. And the movement that is Recovery Reinvented has become would not be possible without that initial push from her, that initial leap of courage. And we've been so fortunate to have her courage here in our state, in the recovery state, because she's used her story in the platform to galvanize hope, to push for change, to fight for the resources that we need. She is humble. She's got that humility. She's got the curiosity. She lives every day in gratitude. But the thing that I think that we all know is that in North Dakota, we have the most courageous First Lady in America. Let's give it up for our first keynote speaker of the day. Here she is, Catherine Helges Burgum.
Hot mic. Thank you. Looking for, oh, hey, there it is. Imagine a world where every person struggling with the disease of addiction feels understood and is seen, heard, and valued. Because everyone believes and understands that addiction is a brain disease and is without stigma, like other brain diseases, including Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's. The American Medical Association officially declared addiction a disease in 1987. The CDC says that addiction is a treatable disease. Imagine a world where addiction is considered a chronic disease that, if not appropriately treated, is fatal, like diabetes and heart disease. And imagine a world where the disease of addiction receives the same level of philanthropy and investment as other diseases, with the same levels of mortality. According to a 2021 study from the Butler Center for Research at Hazelden Betty Ford Foundation, addiction and substance use disorder accounted for over 240,000 deaths in the United States, yet lagged significantly behind in philanthropic investment compared to other chronic diseases in the US that have similar or lower mortality rates. Kidney disease, dementia, diabetes, and lung disease all receive higher levels of philanthropy and investment, yet have lower mortality rates than addiction and substance use disorder. The disease of addiction remains one of the United States' most significant public health problems. Some even say we have a public health crisis. Whether you're here in person or joining us online, your presence is a testament to the power of community and the unwavering belief that we can make a difference together. Working together to eliminate the shame and stigma of addiction helps make the world we are imagining possible. Today, I'm filled with gratitude for the opportunity to welcome each of you to our 8th Recovery Reinvented. Recovery Reinvented began with a simple yet profound mission to eliminate the stigma of addiction. Over the past 8 years, we have seen this mission come to life in many ways, and in ways that we could only have dreamed of. I stood before you 8 years ago sharing my own journey of recovery. Before that, I never talked about my 2-decade struggle with addiction to alcohol or my 15-year recovery because of the shame and stigma. I decided to open up publicly and talk about my addiction story when I became First Lady of North Dakota. In so many ways, my addiction story has given me renewed purpose and helped me find my place in the fight to end the stigma of addiction. I thought that if I could help even one person by sharing my story, it would be worth it. And I thought that if I could provide hope that recovery is possible for anyone who is struggling, it would be worth it. And it has been so worth it. When I told my story, the shame and stigma and weight of all those years of keeping my addiction and recovery a secret was lifted off my shoulders. Since that day in 2017, I've told my addiction story a lot, and have been encouraging others to share their stories to help eliminate stigma. Now, my journey with my journey with addiction started when I was in high school in Jamestown, North Dakota. Are there any Blue Jays in here? Yeah, woo, awesome, go Blue Jays. I took my first drink in high school, and I had my first blackout from drinking in high school. I was a blackout drinker from the beginning. And on the outside, it looked like I had it all together. Like I had because I had a lot of friends, I was involved in a lot of activities, and I was an honor student. But there were a lot of days when I didn't want to get out of bed, and I didn't understand why. Now, I'm a descendant of a long line of Vikings. And let's face it, Vikings pillaged and conquered. In my family, we didn't sit around the dinner table and talk about our feelings or ask for help. We were expected to talk about our achievements, even if we fell short and were criticized. Now, when I took my first drink in high school, I thought it was nirvana, because all the feelings I had that were keep making me not want to get out of bed in the morning were gone. And I just thought, this is the answer for me. But then it turned into a living hell. I struggled with the disease of addiction for the next 20 years of my life. And those years were miserable, mostly because shame and stigma were my constant companions. Now, people told me I should stop drinking. I had negative consequences. The honor student became a criminal with a DUI record. I tried so many times to get sober on my own. For 8 years in a row, I consistently relapsed. I'd get 3 months, and I'd go back to drinking. I'd get a year in recovery, being sober, and I'd go back to drinking. And that continued for a period of 8 years. And at the end of those 8 years, I was suicidal almost every time I drank. I hated the person I saw in the mirror. I hated the thoughts in my head about how I was worthless. And I had undiagnosed and untreated depression. And drinking alcohol, which is a depressant, took me to some of the lowest points in my life. I continued to feel hopeless until one day I was out walking and I was again trying, how am I gonna stay sober? How am I gonna stop drinking? And the thought crossed my mind, well, maybe I should ask for help for somewhere I hadn't tried before. Now, I didn't have a lot of spirituality, and I wasn't part of an organized religion. But I thought, what could it hurt? Maybe someone out there or up there could help. And I said out loud to no one in particular, because no one was around me, I said, I don't know if there's anybody out there, but I need help. And I have been sober since I uttered those words. For me, that was the intervention I needed. Now, that same day, I went out and I found people I knew were struggling with the same things I was struggling with. And I stayed with them because I wanted what they had. They had great lives. They had good friends. They had homes. They had jobs. But most of all, they didn't seem to have that constant feeling of shame. I did whatever they told me to do, including whatever they did to stay sober. And that led me to the journey I'm on today. I've been in recovery from alcohol addiction for over 22 years now. Yeah. And I tell everyone, never, ever give up hope for recovery. Never, ever. Recovery is possible. Over the years, Recovery Reinvented has brought together thousands of people, both in person and virtually, to share stories, to learn from experts, and inspire change. And Recovery Reinvented has changed lives. And I know this because many people have told me. They are now publicly sharing about their struggles with addiction or the recovery because of what we've been trying to do here at Recovery Reinvented. Now, many of you have embraced what you've learned here, and you've turned advocacy into action by creating change in your lives and in your communities. You've been focusing on eliminating the stigma of addiction through storytelling. Now, every time I give a talk, and at every Recovery Reinvented, I let people know that the easiest, quickest, cheapest way to eliminate stigma is talk. When we talk about how addiction and recovery have impacted our lives, we're normalizing the conversation, just like anybody talks about diabetes or cancer or any other diseases. The result of normalizing the conversation helps eliminate the stigma, and more people reach out for help, and more lives can be saved. When you all do that, talk about this and share your stories, you are saving lives. With us here today, in this audience and online, are people who have faced the harsh realities of addiction. Yet they are here today as beacons of resilience and courage. They're the ones who persevere, who never give up hope for recovery, and who inspire all of us with their strength and determination. Now, many of you are family members or friends that have never given up hope for your loved ones who struggle with addiction. And you are the steadfast and determined people who do all you can to help those you love. So I don't need to tell you, I'm guessing, about the negative power of shame. There are different types of shame. Ordinary shame can be a temporary response to a specific action. Healthy shame can guide us to make better decisions. And then there is toxic shame, which is a whole different animal completely. So how many of you have heard of toxic shame? A few. So toxic shame is deeply ingrained. It's a deeply ingrained feeling of shame that can have significant psychological effects. Toxic shame is a deeply ingrained feeling of worthlessness and self-loathing. As Brené Brown defines it, she's an expert on shame. If you haven't read any of her stuff, you should. Shame is the intensely painful feeling or experience of believing that we are flawed and therefore unworthy of love and belonging. Toxic shame can manifest in various ways in people's lives. Everything from constant self-criticism, having internal dialogue that's filled with harsh self-judgment. Perfectionism, the belief that nothing they do is ever good enough. Low self-esteem, feeling inherently flawed and unworthy of love or success. Depression and anxiety, the persistent feelings of sadness and worry. Procrastination, avoiding tasks due to fear of failure. And sensitivity to criticism, extreme reactions to perceived rejection or disapproval. Toxic shame often begins in childhood, when negative messages from parents and caregivers are internalized. Toxic shame can also occur when children experience neglect, abuse, and criticism. John Bradshaw, who is a foremost expert on toxic shame, says that toxic shame becomes the core of your identity, affecting every emotion and thought. That's every emotion, including happiness, sadness, excitement, joy, sorrow. Every emotion is surrounded by shame. And the impact of toxic shame is profound. It can lead to depression, anxiety, and a host of other mental health issues. For those struggling with addiction, toxic shame can be a significant barrier to seeking help and embracing recovery. Brené Brown's research says that shame corrodes the very part of us that believes that we're capable of change. Removing toxic shame requires a multifaceted approach. It involves challenging and reframing negative beliefs, seeking therapy and building supportive relationships. Practicing self-compassion and mindfulness can also play a crucial role in healing. Toxic shame may have a unique connection to the baby boomer generation. Baby boomers grew up during a time of significant social change, scarcity, and war. And many boomers internalized feelings of inadequacy and failure, leading to a culture where shame thrived. This kind of shame was often passed down through generations because parents were unable to express their own vulnerabilities and inadvertently taught their children to hide their true selves, which is a characteristic of toxic shame. The generational transmission of toxic shame can have lasting effects. In Scandinavian cultures, how many of you in this room are Scandinavians? Okay. The rest of you must be lots of other things. Anyway, I'm Scandinavian. Okay, so in Scandinavian cultures, where societal norms often emphasize modesty and conformity, individuals may be more prone to experiencing toxic shame. The pressure to fit in and the fear of standing out can lead to internalized feelings of unworthiness. I found this saying that I thought was funny, and if you're Scandinavian, you might relate to it. The saying goes, the tallest blade of grass is the first to be cut down. In other words, don't stand out. But toxic shame is often linked to black and white thinking, where individuals see themselves and their actions in extreme terms. The rigid mindset can exacerbate feelings of shame and hinder personal growth. Making eye contact can be incredibly challenging for those dealing with toxic shame. The fear of being truly seen and judged can lead to avoidance behaviors, further isolating individuals from meaningful connections. Talking about toxic shame is essential for breaking its hold. By bringing these feelings out in the open, it helps create a supportive environment where healing is possible. Now you might be wondering, why is she talking about toxic shame? Well, I'm talking about it because after being in recovery for 22 years, I realized that I had all these self-imposed barriers around me that I didn't think could ever be removed. And those barriers were holding me back from being my true self. I felt like I was in a cave, and there was only one way out, and I couldn't find the way out. I read something by John Bradshaw, and he said that healing the shame that binds you requires confronting and understanding the root cause of toxic shame. There were so many things I didn't understand about myself, like why I wasn't comfortable looking people in the eye for very long, if ever, and why I didn't understand why I had black and white thinking. Everything was extreme. And there were so many other things I didn't understand, like why I never felt like I was good enough, why I had a constant stream of criticism and self-judgment going on in my head, why I always felt like I needed to be perfect, but I could never achieve perfection. And I never believed people when they provided me positive feedback. And I was extremely sensitive to criticism. Just ask my husband. Or all those team leaders that gave me performance reviews during my professional career. Well, I was like, oh, that's not me. No, you're talking about somebody else. And finally, I have an answer to the most important thing I didn't understand. Why I have a deathly fear of singing karaoke. Anybody else have that deathly fear of singing karaoke? I marvel at people who can stand up and sing their hearts out and not give one iota of thought about what others think about their singing. They might even know they are horrible singers, but they're up there singing, and they don't care, even if they're in front of strangers. As I was learning about toxic shame, I realized that all these things I didn't understand about myself were characteristics of someone with toxic shame. My parents were baby boomers, and I'm a Viking Scandinavian. Now, my parents did the best they could with what they knew when it came to raising me and my siblings. And I love them both, and they both passed now. Now, unfortunately, their best included raising us with toxic shame. Most likely because they had been raised by parents who gave them toxic shame or created that environment. Now, I'll also bring up the topic of toxic shame because it's so closely linked to addiction. John Bradshaw says toxic shame is a substantial underlying factor contributing to addiction. Side effects of toxic shame create intense feelings of unworthiness and self-loathing and can drive individuals to seek relief through substances or addictive behaviors. This creates a vicious cycle where the shame fuels the addiction, and the addiction in turn exacerbates the shame. Now I have a better understanding of why I am the way I am and why addiction and recovery are part of my story. And I'm sharing this with you today because I think maybe some of you in the audience can relate to what I'm talking about. Toxic shame may be holding you back in your life. But I'm here today to tell you that I found the way out of the cave, and you can too. You can find your true self and be who you've dreamt and who you want to be. And in the dream that I've had is to sing karaoke, and I'm going to make that happen. I should probably invite all of you back here and do it right here on this stage. Well, I want to thank you for 8 incredible years of working together to eliminate the shame and stigma of addiction. Your support and participation in Recovery Reinvented is what has made this movement possible. The progress we've made in North Dakota in eliminating the stigma of addiction is a direct result of your grassroots efforts and your advocacy into action in your communities. I want to thank you for your courage, your strength, and your resilience. Thank you for not giving up hope for recovery. I am so grateful and honored to be the First Lady of North Dakota. But more than anything, I'm grateful to just be Catherine, a face and voice of recovery. Thank you. Thank you. Well, now we're going to do something we have never done at any Recovery Reinvented, because well, we'll tell you in a minute, I guess. Okay.
Yep.
We have to be 10 feet apart?
No.
Okay.
Well, we are doing something. We're going to interview each other, and this is unscripted.
Yeah.
This is what is recommended in every thing, which is if you're in elected office, this is in the never do it category. Go on stage with your spouse and let her ask you questions.
Unhinged might be another way to look at it.
But here we are. But anyway, that was fantastic.
Thank you.
Amazing.
You too.
One more time for Catherine. That was really great. But we're just going to, this is the last, you started this amazing movement. This is the 8th Recovery Reinvented. The impact has been incredible. But I think and you've been so open sharing about your recovery, but today for just to have people get a sense more about your feeling. And when you look back on those 8 years, what's been one of the biggest and most memorable moments for you?
The most memorable moments are really when I can see evidence of the change that's happening. Like the people who tell me, you know, that they're talking about how addiction has impacted their lives, or they tell me that because they were here, they decided to get sober. And I think it's also the incredible work that people are doing in communities, you know, creating recovery community organizations and, you know, and becoming peer support specialists, which is so important for our state, for our rural state. It's never going to have all the services we need across our state. So I would say, you know, because you start this thing and you're like, you know, we're going to have speakers and we're going to, you know, we're going to talk and we're going to, you know, we're going to come up with these ideas. But, you know, but you're like, wow, I mean, people actually want to eliminate stigma, and they want to have better opportunities in their communities, and they want to help.
Well, and I think one of those memorable moments is sitting right over here. I just saw her, but Dr. Monica Mayer from Mandan Hidatsa Rickarod, her whole team from the door is here. And I think that early on you met Dr. Monica, and I think that she was the one that you learned about recovery community organizations from.
Yes, yes. Dr. Monica has taken, she's done a lot of incredible things on her own, but I feel like we kind of had a bit of a partnership because they started The Door, which was the first recovery community organization we had in our state. And and there's so many other programs and initiatives happening in our community, and you know, it's just I was, you know, when we got into office, the first lunch we had with the tribal chairs and their teams, I think she stood up and said something like, "Thank you, Governor, but I really want to talk to your wife." And that, you know, I had the group of her team over to the governor's residence, and I learned a lot about how addiction was impacting her people and their tribe. And that's what we've learned a lot about in our state. And, you know, it's heartbreaking, but I believe there's hope for change. And because of the work that people are doing, like Dr. Monica and others in their tribes.
I know early on you were very moved by a story, and I mentioned it in my thing, but giving out Narcan.
Are you asking all the questions?
Yeah,
because
I am, yeah, pretty much.
I think this should be like a you, me kind of thing.
All right.
Okay. All right.
I'll try another one. I'll go.
Like, let's make this, let's do this like football. We really love football, right?
Yes.
So, you know, I get my series of downs, you get your series of downs, I get my, you know,
Yeah, I'm not
Okay.
punting yet. I still have the ball.
Okay.
So we're, but I know one of the...
You're going to throw an interception soon, I know it. Anyway.
One of the things that was, people don't recognize, but early on, there was a big debate about should we give out Narcan, because it was controversial. What would people think? It wasn't widely accepted. It was like, oh, we're just promoting drug use at a conference about recovery. But you really pushed for that. We had people that supported us in the medical community here in Bismarck. We did the training, we ran the video, we did that. And then it wasn't long after that when we had a family reached out to you, but I know that impacted you a lot.
Yeah, definitely. And our behavioral health team was on it. They were like, we've got to get this Narcan out there, and we'll have it available, and we'll create a training opportunity. So we did that the first year. And then a couple reached out to, that had attended Recovery Reinvented, reached out to my office, and they told us the story about how their son had overdosed in the bathroom at their house, and they used the Narcan they got here to revive him and save him.
And I know we've had great work with across all the tribes, but one of the things you really were also focused on was youth, and you had some contests and stuff that I think were also very fun for you to engage with around youth ending stigma.
Yep. Yeah, my team, I've had an incredible team since I've been First Lady, and they came up with this idea to do the Youth Ending Stigma Challenge. And you know, as we were out there meeting with a lot of people and high school kids and you know, middle school and grade school, we were just learning so much about the struggle that youth have. And there's no resources available in their school to talk about that. And you know, there's shame and stigma around it. So we encouraged them to come up with programs in their school that would help end stigma, because it was creating an opportunity for people to be more public about it, to support each other. And we gave, Dakota Medical Foundation actually was a huge part of this and sponsored this. And they helped us give out, I can't remember how many, I think maybe Jenny, Joey, anyway, a lot, like 25 maybe? 25 $1,000 grants to schools across North Dakota. And they created websites, they created you know, opportunities to learn more, they created opportunities for people to talk about it. And so that was amazing, and you know, and they were so grateful because they didn't have any avenues to really focus on, you know, helping them with what behavioral health, mental health, and addiction. So that was great.
One of the things I know that you always...
When is it my turn?
I'm still... I just got another first down, so I'm okay. So I'm good. When you've had a chance...
You must have a really good team, but when I get the ball, you're going to learn about my team. Right?
One of the things that you've always been focused on is having data. And you've been invited, you know, to speak at the national level. I think you've been to the White House a dozen times for different things related to opioid crisis, others, but trying to really drive national policy, not just state policy. But one of the things was actually doing a survey, which had never been done before, about, you know, were we making progress on eliminating the shame and stigma associated with the disease of addiction? Yeah,
so many people were coming up to me saying, you know, I really feel like things are changing in our state. I feel like more people are talking about the disease of addiction. And, you know, I know that feelings are one thing, but data changes minds. Data gets funding. So we decided to do a baseline survey to learn about how North Dakotans feel about the disease of addiction. Did they feel like it's a disease or a moral failing or a choice? And the first survey, we learned that, you know, 63% of North Dakotans believed it was disease, and I was like, wow, that's amazing. But it still meant that 1 in 3 people thought it was a moral failing or a choice. And so then a couple years later, we did another survey, and we were doing Recovery Reinvented every year. And in that second survey, we learned that we had reduced the stigma of addiction by 12% in North Dakota, which is fantastic. And we did that almost all through grassroots movements, storytelling, you know, and really no particular program and funding. So that's why storytelling is so important for eliminating stigma.
Yeah, so you moved it from from 2 out of 3 to 3 out of 4 believed it was disease. So moving in the right direction, but still more work to do. And of course, everybody here can help with that by.
I can see you're a data guy also.
Yeah, absolutely. I am a data guy.
Yeah.
And it was that data that. There's data that shows that you're the most courageous First Lady. I'm not just saying that because I'm, you know, in love with you. I'm not saying that. I mean, there's data behind that statement. I would never say it if it wasn't true. So
let me see that. I want to see that survey.
We have the courage meter, and you're like number 1.
Okay.
Okay, I just scored. So.
My ball?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna give you, you know, an easy one.
Okay.
Okay. So what is your most favorite thing about Recovery Reinvented over the last 8 years?
Well, I think, you know, gratitude, I think, is a key part of recovery. It's a key part of your and I's life. It's how we've, you know, raised the kids.
Yeah.
You know, every day, you know, tell us your, you know, the 3 things you're most grateful for. I mean, part of that, because you know, as North Dakotans, as Americans, we have lots of things to be grateful for. But when we had the gratitude postcards and the thing, and I saw everybody out there writing postcards and mailing them and mailing to their friends.
Yep.
That was a really fun thing. I don't know if we're doing that today, but if we aren't, everybody can do it anyway. You can just you don't have to come to a program to be able to use that, because I think gratitude is like a bucket that's sitting next to you, and then you reach in that bucket and you grab, you know, like a big ladle of gratitude, and then you give it to somebody, and then you turn around and the bucket is still as full as it is. It never runs out. I mean, you can just, you know, and they say that if you've got, you know, a feeling of you want to thank someone and then you don't do it, it's like buying a gift, wrapping it, and then not giving it to them. And so I guess I would just, you know, I'd say one of the things here because I feel like when we can spread more gratitude around, we help people in so many ways.
It's really hard to be.
And Recovery Reinvented has been also, among other things, you know, when it's, you know, dream, hope, act, and then the inspirational stories. Yeah. I'm grateful for every speaker we've ever had here. I'm grateful for every person that's told their story.
Absolutely. Oh, well, okay. Well, I just
Did you lose your offensive coordinator?
I just got a first down. I got a first down, so I get another question. Who's on my team? No, I'm kidding. Okay.
They're all on your team.
I'm sure you have a lot on your team too. But anyway,
is this where you need the helmet with the microphone in it?
What's your? Yeah, right. I do.
All in the play.
Trying to send me my next move. Can you think of any, like, the funniest thing that's happened here at Recovery Reinvented over the years?
Sadly, it could be happening right now. This could be the pinnacle of humor right here.
Right. When are we going to get the hook? I don't know how this works, but anyway.
But I would say that there have been a lot of fun things, if not funny, but one of the fun things has been to get out across the state, you know, to go from places that didn't have at all, you know, recovery communities. I know you were at a great new project that's going on with Providence up in Watford. We've been to ribbon cuttings with the tribes and new facilities, you know, meeting with groups of peer support specialists. I mean, all of that is, when you get out and actually see it happening, I mean, that stuff is really powerful and really rewarding and really fun.
Right. And there's really incredible groups in our state, like like Providence House and the F5 project that are really helping. Yep. Fantastic groups. They're just really helping to reduce recidivism and creating opportunities, you know, because we legally discriminate against felons in the United States. That's what we believe. We legally discriminate because you have that on your record and you can't get a job and you can't find a place to live and you can't get a loan and you can't get all these normal, you can't vote, you know, all these normal things that you should be able to do. And so, you know, that's one thing that, but with groups like the F5 projects who are working with employers and, you know, getting people jobs and you know, finding them places to work. The same thing with Providence House, you know. So those groups are really helping a lot of people across our state that get tangled up in the criminal justice system.
Yep.
So, yep. Okay, another question. Okay, what's your favorite quote and why?
Well, I don't have I have a lot of favorite quotes, and one of them.
How about one by Teddy Roosevelt?
Well, one TR one is that the great prize in life is the opportunity to work hard at work worth doing, and I certainly have felt like every moment we've spent on recovery-related topics has certainly been work worth doing because it's been so rewarding, and so in that sense, I feel like you and I caught the great prize, for sure. And one other one that has always been with me for a long time was Margaret Mead, who is an anthropologist of all things, but she, you know, had studied the long view of history, but said, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. And when I, you know, saw you have this idea and with a very small group say, hey, we could do this thing called Recovery Reinvented, you had support, you had encouragement. You know, William Moyers, who's coming up here, helped plant that seed with you. So it's great that he's back here to kind of do this. This is I mean, again, to have a small group of people do that and then watch this thing grow and grow and grow, and then the impact it's had across, I mean, all agencies. I mean, we incorporated it into the strategic planning process for the state of North Dakota. We went through, you know, the Lieutenant Governor, Tammy Miller's here. We go through, you know, 74 different agencies, and every agency we would ask, is your agency affected by the disease of addiction? And when we started this 8 years ago, some people would say no. We'd say no, and then we'd say, really? So, you know, oh, well, we don't have a budget line. Well, just because there's no budget line, were you affected by it? Well, yes. We, you know, our team members, our families, our kids, you know, I mean, and then this is where I got in. This is where I learned. I learned that the very time, like, wow, we've got badged officers at parks, you know, that are, you know, breaking up drug deals, you know, at state parks. I mean, it's like, it affects Parks and Rec. Of course it affects, I mean, you ask a highway patrolman in the state, if you got rid of the disease of addiction, what percentage of their job would go away? It's like 80% of their job. I've had an opportunity to appoint more judges than any governor in history because of this baby boomer retirement thing. The average governor that serves for 8 years appoints about 4 or 5 judges in North Dakota. I've appointed 23. Okay, this is like more than ever before. And the way the process works, they send me a pool of candidates that have gone through multiple screenings. So they'll send me 3 to 5. So I've interviewed over 80 different judges in the last year, and they're prosecutors, they're district attorneys, they're, you know, defense experts. They've worked as judge advocates. They've been in the criminal justice, you know, the judicial branch of government. And as part of the interview, I asked them, what percentage of your work would disappear if the disease of addiction, if you didn't have that? And I've never had an answer below 80%. 80%. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars on the criminal justice system in our state. 80% of that goes away if we solve this problem. Domestic violence, you know, abandoned, all the issues with child and family.
Help so many people.
Yeah, you know, property crimes. I mean, all the things that you know that go on. I mean, many of the violent crimes are related to it. It occurs when they're in a position of impairment. So, and then of course all of the traffic stuff is all related to that. So it's like, wow. I mean, when I look at it as just a business guy, I'm like, wow. If we could get rid of the disease of addiction, we could get rid of whole swaths of what we spend money on. You know, on the downstream issue of that.
Right.
And so it's like, you know, we're...
And it's the right thing to do.
Absolutely, and so it's like the smart thing to do and the right thing to do. So the work is not done, but
Yes.
the football game is over, and we've got.
It's oh wait, I thought it was the 2-minute warning. What about the 2-minute warning?
Yes, that's new. That's new in college this year. So,
right.
In the
yeah.
pros, but
That's right.
we have that. But is there?
It's a 2-minute warning.
Do you have anything you want to say in the final 2 minutes?
Well, we're going to be here the rest of the day, so. But yeah, no, I just encourage everybody to continue the work that we've been doing here at Recovery Reinvented, and I thank you so much for supporting us and for having the courage to be here and talk about addiction in your lives and to help so many people. So I'm just so full of gratitude for all of you.
Yeah, and I think again, with the challenge we want to close with is to. Again, the curiosity today, continue to meet and talk to new people here. That humility I talked about, keep your mind open, have that growth mindset. Gratitude, share it often, you won't run out of it. And lastly, of course, is the courage to take action. And with that, I think we're ready to, we've got a great program, get to it, but I would say one more time, none of this happens without the courageous leader we have right here. Let's give it up for Catherine.
Thank you.
Well, supporting Recovery Reinvented for Hess demonstrates our commitment to social responsibility and our commitment to the well-being of the communities where we live and work. It requires the collective effort of the individuals, of the community, of the policymakers and the healthcare professionals. And Hess wanted to be the first oil and gas operator to support these efforts, knowing that if we led the way, others would follow, and they have. Addiction doesn't discriminate, right? It affects people of all walks of life. By eliminating the stigma that's associated with addiction, we can encourage those individuals to seek the treatment that they need, and we can support them through their recovery and overall help improve their lives. And when we improve the lives of the individual, we also improve the lives of the individual's family members and their friends and their co-workers. And ultimately that ripples across the community and makes a positive impact across the state.
Okay, many of you have already started. We're going to break, so just a few notes going into break. We'll be back here in 10 minutes, so check out the expo. We got t-shirts for sale. I'd like to bring fewer boxes back to my garage this year, so please buy a t-shirt. We've got Brother Brandon out there doing interviews and live streaming podcasts, so head to a break. We'll see you all back here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the show will resume momentarily. Please find your seats. Again, the show will resume momentarily. Please find your seats. Thank you.
I hear a call of a lifetime ring. Felt the need to get up for it. Oh, you cut out the middleman. Get free from the middleman. You got no time for the messenger. Got no regard for the thing that you don't understand. You got no fear of the underdog. That's why you will not survive. I wanna forget how convention fits, but can I get out from under it? Can I cut it out of me? Oh. It can't all be wedding cake. It can't all be boiled away. I try but I can't let go of it. Can't let go of it, cause you don't talk to the water boy. And there's so much you could learn, but you don't wanna know. You will not back up an inch of it. That's why you will not survive.
All right. Okay, everybody, welcome back from the break. I know people are still shuffling in. If you can hear me over in the expo area, you want to make your way over here. When Jenny sits down, that's when we know the show is starting again, so that's your signal. Again, you know, there's a lot of great stuff happening throughout the day today that you'll have more opportunities to experience. We've got Narcan available at the registration desk, at the Behavioral Health Division booth in the expo. Please, you know, during lunch, during the next break, make sure that you get a chance to walk up and down every aisle in the expo. We're going to have challenge coins later. We've got more opportunities to network. But we all know that you come here to hear our incredible speakers as well. So we're going to get into those pretty quickly here. We've got awards. So again, thank you all for coming back. We hope people keep filling in here. Hopefully they can hear my voice in the other room. So without further ado, let's welcome back to the stage the Governor and First Lady.
Well, we've got incredible speakers today, and we're going to get an opportunity to introduce one of them shortly. So welcome back from the break. The first thing that we want to talk about is we've got an incredible new sponsor this year, Medica. Yes, we do. Yes, we're grateful to have them as a sponsor, and they're sponsoring William Moyer's talk, and he's going to be coming up in a few minutes. But to introduce Medica, we'd like to kick off this great video. We'll show that, and then we'll come back here in a second. But let's give it up for Medica. Thank you, Medica, for helping sponsor.
Hi, I'm Andrew Marshall, Market President for North Dakota, South Dakota, and Minnesota at Medica Health Plans. We're honored to sponsor Recovery Reinvented and help end the stigma that too often surrounds addiction. At Medica, we believe in standing with our members through all that life has to offer. And addiction is a health issue that affects so many. It's rare I come across a family that hasn't been impacted in some way. Sponsoring Recovery Reinvented becomes one of the ways we aim to combat the stigma that surrounds this disease. We are a not-for-profit health plan with 5 decades of service to our members and communities. With nearly 1.5 million people who rely on us for their health care coverage, we strive to make a difference by addressing important issues like mental health and recovery. Sponsoring Recovery Reinvented aligns with our mission to better our members' lives with care in the moments that matter. For me, the sponsorship is personal. In January of 2010, I started my own journey of recovery, and I remember vividly thinking about how I wanted to start that journey quicker, but being paralyzed by stigma and shame. And 15 years later, it's interesting how that stigma continues to impact me in some ways, as I've been reluctant to share my story until just a few months ago. I've really been humbled by the feedback that I've gotten, inspired by those like the First Lady, and doing more to share my story and how that can impact others. So I'm so proud to be here today to make a difference, hopefully, in one of your lives, and just to thank you for the difference that you continue to make in mine. Congratulations to Governor Doug Burgum and First Lady Catherine Burgum for leading this crucial conversation. It's truly inspiring to see this event reach so many people across the region and the world, providing hope and the tools to overcome addiction. Medica is proud to sponsor this impactful event, and we look forward to working together for a future where everyone has access to the support they need to recover and thrive.
Well, I know...
We're so happy, right, to have Medica?
Yes, we are.
And wow, Andrew.
Where's Andrew?
Talking publicly about his recovery.
Stand up, Andrew. Stand up right there.
Thank you.
There he is.
Thank you, Andrew, for talking publicly.
Just want to say to Andrew, great to meet you last night. Thank you for being here. Thanks for being a sponsor. And for any of you that know someone, I mean, this is a very similar story to Catherine's. Nearly 15 years in recovery, and now sharing the story, sharing it proudly and publicly to help erase that shame. So one more voice that's out there helping erase the shame and stigma. So thank you for your courage, Andrew. Thank you. As we talked about, the idea for Recovery Reinvented did not just come from one person alone. There was people that sparked you to this idea.
Right. I didn't know what I was going to do as First Lady, but I had talked about my recovery and my addiction struggle. So Doug and I went to an event where William Moyers was speaking. William Moyers is the Vice President of Public Affairs and Community Relations at Hazel and Betty Ford. And we talked to him, and when we finished, he said, hey, if there's anything I can do to help you, just let me know. So then I was talking to Pam Sagnis, who's an incredible leader in our behavioral health team, and I said, I don't know what I'm going to do. She said, well, let's do a conference. And I was like, oh, well, okay. And then William was offering to, anyway, the three of us got together. And I could never have done this if not for them supporting me and really telling me how important it was and is to be talking publicly about the shame and stigma so that we can talking publicly about my story so we can eliminate shame and stigma.
I know that you knew of William because of his being a best-selling author and his books and all of that. But I had never met him, and we were speaking in Fargo, and we went to that event, and I remember when we were there that how much things have changed from you on stage now sharing the story to that night. We hung around and we hung around and we hung around till like almost everybody had left because you weren't sharing your story. And people were like, why are you guys here? Oh, we just came to hear whatever. It was like we couldn't even say the words out loud. And then you talked to them that night, and that was, I think, a serendipitous, a life-changing meeting.
And of course, Hazel and Betty Ford, for people in recovery, is sort of like, the Holy Grail, because they've been doing it for so long. But, since 1996, William has been a public advocate for Hazel and Betty Ford. He's very, very much involved in advocacy, especially related to stigma. He carries the message about addiction, treatment, and recovery to audiences everywhere.
If there's a reason why you think you've heard his name, it's because over that long career being an advocate, he's been on everything from Larry King Live, Oprah Winfrey, Good Morning America, National Public Radio. He's written 4 books, including one that was just recently released called Broken Open, What Painkillers Taught Me About Life and Recovery, and I'm sure we'll hear more about that during his keynote.
Right, and he was the first speaker to take the stage here in Bismarck at Recovery Reinvented 8 years ago, spreading the message that recovery is possible. We're going to look at a clip from that keynote later today, and we couldn't be more proud and grateful for William to bring this full circle moment together. Please help us welcome to the stage our dear friend, William Moyers.
Give it up for William. There he is. Woohoo!
Don't leave. I want to say something.
Okay.
Thank you, Governor. Hold on a second. I got to say something. So, thank you for the introduction. But before you all walk away from the stage, I have to tell the real story about what happened the first time we were together, because it's way better than what they just said. I was giving a talk to an organization, I think it was in Fargo. It was First Step, I believe it was.
Yes.
And I was told that the candidate for governor and his wife were going to be at the event, and you all were there. Well, I've done thousands of events over the years, and I've seen lots of candidates show up for 10 minutes, or show up for the reception ahead of time, or show up for the beginning of the keynote, and then they leave out the back door, so on. But Catherine and Doug, they came at the beginning, they stayed for the first reception, they stayed for my talk, they were the last ones to leave the talk, and then as I was walking out in the parking lot on one of those fine North Dakota sunsets, they were still there. And we talked and talked about advocacy, and from that day to this day, you have been unflagging in your commitment to this cause. And thank you so much for all of that. Thank you. And I'm going to do as the governor does. I'm going to take off my jacket. Thank you, Governor, for letting me do that.
And we will get out of your way.
Okay.
How about that?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I was going to...
I'll put it right on the back.
Okay.
Here, right
Thanks,
here.
Governor. I was going to invite everybody to stand up and stretch, but don't do that because you've already done that. But I am going to ask everybody to get centered and take a couple of deep breaths, as is always good for people like us. Breathe in and breathe out and find yourself getting centered. And as you find yourself getting centered, I want you to focus on your reason for being here today. What was it that brought you to this Recovery Reinvented? So breathe in, your reason for being here, let it flow down into your core. Exhale any negative thoughts you might have. Breathe in again and think about your motivation, your reason for being here. Hold it right here in your core. And we'll come back to that exercise in just a couple of moments. But before I do, I got to get set up. I have a little prop for today, and I never use props. But I'm going to pull this out. You like my Recovery Reinvented bag? I paid a high price for that bag, by the way. So have we all, right? Anyway, I'm going to put this out here for a second. Is that the right way? Yeah, good. Let me tell you why I'm here. I remember I've asked you all to think about why you're here and to hold on to that. But I want to share with you an update on me and my journey and why I think my journey is relevant to the call to action that I'm going to give you when I'm done in about 20 minutes. Because, you know, I never give a talk for solely the entertainment purpose of it. I always do my presentations to leave you with something that I want you to do after I get on the airplane this afternoon and fly back to the Twin Cities. And I'm going to give you that call to action in a couple of minutes. Does anybody know what this is? Does anyone know what this is? This is a God box. This was given to me more than 25 years ago by a nurse in recovery in California who heard me speak and was very motivated and decided that I needed a God box. And so she made this God box for me, and this is mine. And what do you think is in my God box? Anyone want to guess? That's right. Medallions. Lots and lots of medallions. And not just medallions, but well, these medallions, they mark my journey along the way. But these medallions also include some buttons that I've been given along the course of my advocacy journey at Hazel and Betty Ford for the past 28 years. So here's one that is the 65-year anniversary, the International Convention of Alcoholics Anonymous, which was in Minneapolis. Here's one that, oh, some of you were there. Here's another one for the 65th anniversary in 2000. Here's one for a walk for recovery in 2004. And what's really, really interesting is I have a button here for Celebrate Recovery Day, Minnesota State Capitol, September 20th, 1998. That's a long time ago, right? That's a long time before walks to recovery were being popularized in places like North Dakota and elsewhere. And so I've got all these buttons, and I've got all these chips that mark my journey, and taken together, everything that's in my God box represents my progress along the way. Each one of these medallions and each one of these buttons is like a marker that you'll find when you drive on Interstate 29 or 94 or State Highway 52 or 2 or 85. On the road, as you drive along, each marker is spaced a mile apart. That's why they call them mileposts. And the further you travel across the state of North Dakota or across the state of Minnesota or wherever you are today, the further you travel, the more you pass these mile markers, and they add up to 6, 7, 20, 90, and 180. The point being that I have these mileposts mark your progress across a roadway. In the same way that my medallions and the buttons that I've received, they mark my progress. The more we walk our walks or sometimes crawl our walks, or the more we are at this thing called recovery, the more of these things we collect. I have dozens, as I showed you, I have dozens of medallions because I've been walking my walk, crawling my walk, stumbling my walk, for a long time now. Perhaps this one is the most important one that I have in my God box. This is the first one that I got 35 years ago in 1989. As I inferred earlier, I paid a high price for this first medallion, right? I mean, I started smoking marijuana at the age of 15 in 1975, and 15 years later, in 1989, I'm living in a crack house in Harlem, New York. Yep, my willful use of a substance, it turned into my baffling inability to just say no. 15 years later, after innocently and willfully smoking marijuana, I'm living and dying in a crack house. They locked me, my parents locked me in a psych ward in New York City. Then they buy me a one-way plane ticket to Minnesota. It wasn't funny back then. Minnesota, land of 10,000 lakes and 10,000 treatment centers. And Hazelland, where I went, was known as one of the best. So I was given this medallion, and like all the rest of us, we pay a high price for that first one, don't we? What's also notable about my God box with my medallions is that I have many of them that are in here, they have the number 1 on them. I have more than one one-year medallion. It wasn't funny. Because you see, for the first 5 years of my journey, I struggled. I was in and out of treatment 4 times over 5 years, and every time I started using substances again, well, that downward spiral was tighter and tighter and tighter, and I would always end up in treatment again. And when I would get the treatment, or when I would get back to my recovery meeting, I was always told that I had to start over again. I was reminded of this when the guys in the treatment center or in my recovery meeting, they would welcome me back with open arms and give me a one-day chip, or if I could make it, they would give me a one-year medallion. And then something remarkable happened to me along my way. In 1994, I started getting any more medallions with a Roman numeral number 1. I started getting medallions that had a 1 on it, a 2 on it, a 3 on it, a 4, a 5, I got an X for 10, and I got a double X for 20. And along the way, not only, thank you, hold your applause though, you don't know the rest of my story. You have to read my new book if you want to get all that detail. But the point of it is that I not only got those medallions for those years that I began to accumulate, but as I said, I also got those buttons along the way as I celebrated my sobriety at special occasions at the Dr. Bob House in Akron, Ohio, the birthplace of AA, the International AA Convention in Minneapolis in 2000. The Walk for Recovery, and I actually in here have a 50-year medallion for Hazelden's 50th anniversary in 1999. And in here somewhere, I don't know quite where it is, in this box of medallions, I have the very first Recovery Reinvented medallion from 2017. I don't know, Catherine, are we getting one for this year? I hope so. Anyway, every one of those, as I said to you, they add up. They matter. They're mileposts along our way. And when you've been on this journey as long as I have been, well, you know what? Your God box starts to add up, and it adds up, and it gets kind of heavy. In fact, I left behind some of my medallions when I flew up here yesterday with my colleague, Gene Vukas-Roberts, who's down here in the front row, Gene. I left my, some of my medallions at home because I was afraid that Delta would charge me for an overweight bag. My point is this. Every one of these medallions that we get is a milepost along our ways. Every medallion counts. Every medallion matters. If not for the first medallion, nothing else would happen, would it? And everything that's happened along my way counts too. It all matters to my journey. And for a long, long time along that journey, how I counted and how I celebrated my journey is with these medallions marking my sobriety. It was pretty simple. If I didn't take a drink or take a drug every 365 days, uninterrupted by those substances, would mean that I would get a new medallion for the next year with another Roman numeral 1 year larger than the previous. And then, about 10 years ago, I was jarred into a new way to see my recovery. It started after I had dental surgery in 2012. It was complicated dental surgery, and I developed complications from it, a neuralgia in my jaw. After that dental surgery, I was sent home in a lot of pain and with orders from my dentist to take it easy, eat soft foods, take my antibiotic, and take 2 Tylenol or Advil every 4 hours for pain. Oh, and at night, my dentist said, take 2 Percocet if you're in a lot of pain. And I was in a lot of pain. Whenever I lay my head down on the pillow at night, it would hurt more. For the first 4 days, I followed those directions exactly as they were prescribed. I love the Percocet at night because they worked. None of us should suffer with pain, and I didn't want to suffer with pain, and so the Percocet, they worked at night. But they worked better because they did more than just take away my pain. They took away the sharper edges of my life. They softened the stress, the angst, the desire for perfectionism. Catherine talked about that earlier. Those Percocets took away the sadness over some of the harder aspects of my life in recovery. I had experienced the highest of highs in recovery, and I had experienced the lowest of lows. And those Percocets worked to sort of smooth out the rough edges of my life. Temporary relief in a clean, white, easy-to-swallow pill that was legal. And on day 4 after my surgery, I took a +1. Now, not for this audience, but for most audiences, it would say, well, so what? You took a +1. What's the big deal about that? But there's a reason why the directions on the side of the bottle say take 2 every 4 hours. They don't take 3 every 3 hours or something else. And when you have the mind of an alcoholic and an addict, and you have a hole in the soul that all of us have, which aches with the sense that we're not good enough or we need to be better than, when we start to mess with the formula for recovery, when we start to mess with the formula on the side of the bottle, taking a +1 is a big deal. Yep. 20 years after I walked out of the crack house and the bar for the last time, addiction found me in the pharmacy. Cunning, baffling, powerful, and patient. It waits. What was incredible about my experience as I struggled for 3 years with those pain meds on and off, what was amazing is I continued to function. In the old days of my addiction, whenever I would go to the crack house or the bar, I would vanish off the face of the earth. But this time, I continued to function. I did my job at Hazel and Betty Ford. I helped Hazel and Betty Ford merge in 2014. I raised lots of money working with colleagues like Gene and others to raise lots of money for our nonprofit. I met my friend, Seanie Robb, a member of our board of trustees. I met Seanie during that period of time. I parented my 3 kids. I loved a woman named Nell Hurley, and we got married. I paid my taxes. I obeyed the speed limit. I showed up for life. I did my best to be a good citizen and a decent human being. But the one thing I could not turn off during that time was this craving brain. Actually, there was something else I couldn't do during that period as well. And Catherine talked about this eloquently. She talked about this earlier. I could not ask for help because of the shame. Not just the shame of addiction, but the shame we also find in recovery when we have a return to use or a recurrence of use, or as some call it, a relapse. I could not ask for help, even though I was a person who was helping thousands of people. I could not ask for help because of the shame, and I could not ask for help because I feared what it would mean to starting my count all over again. Starting at the beginning with that first step. I hated the idea that this God box of medallions wasn't going to count anymore. Emptying the box and starting over, I couldn't imagine it. I couldn't imagine starting on day 1 or on a medallion with 1 day on it. During that period of time, I did not, even though I struggled with shame, even though I struggled with fear, I did not give up. For me, hope was a strategy. Because even though I struggled with my sobriety, I continued to hold on to the hope of my recovery. I did not know what to do, but I knew I had to hold on to hope until more was revealed. Hope was a strategy for this man in long-term recovery, because while I struggled with my sobriety, I continued to hold on to the hope of my recovery. I held on for dear life. I held on by helping other people. And finally, in 2016, a year before I was invited by Catherine and Doug to come and be a speaker at your first Recovery Reinvented. Finally, in 2016, I found an answer. Does anyone know what it is? Suboxone. Yeah, a medication called buprenorphine or Suboxone. That's right. I needed to change my attitude and change my perspective about the use of medications in sobriety, about the use of medicines developed by science and approved by the FDA to quiet this addict's craving brain. And you know what? It worked. My brain stopped misbehaving. And when it stopped craving, you know what I did? I was able once again to pick up and use all those tools in my toolbox. My 12-step program, my faith, my community of fellow travelers. And when this brain was silent again because of that anti-craving medication, I could hear the affirming words when I would shake my God box, and I would hear the collective resonance of all those coins banging together with a sound that reminded me of how far I had journeyed in recovery and how far the journey was worth it. Indeed, today I know that for me there is more to my recovery than sobriety. Let me repeat that because I think it's important. For me, there is more to my recovery than sobriety. Now, I know that sobriety is important, believe me, but you know what I have learned along my way? That it's not always attainable and not always sustainable. And when sobriety is interrupted by a return of use, whether that's once every 20 years or every other day, when sobriety is interrupted by a return to use, it doesn't mean that I or you have to start over. It doesn't mean I have to empty my God box of all those medallions, throw away those mileposts marking my days and months and years and decades of my journey. 35 years on this journey I have been. And while I had an interruption in my sobriety, my recovery continued because I held on to hope. And that brings me to my final thought for today. For the past 8 years, as you know, Recovery Reinvented has made a difference to people, yes, in North Dakota to start, but Recovery Reinvented has made a difference in 49 other states and around the world. Thanks to Catherine Burgum and Governor Doug Burgum, our world of recovery has changed. Recovery Reinvented has smashed the stigma. Recovery Reinvented has raised awareness about addiction, yes, but more importantly, Recovery Reinvented has raised awareness about recovery. It has inspired hope, it has provoked action, and it has built momentum towards lasting, sustainable change, not just in North Dakota, but around this country and around this world. For 8 years in a row now, without interruption. You know, I've worked at Hazelden since 1996, and I have done thousands of talks, and I have done a lot of really good venues, but I've never in my entire 28-year career, I have never seen an event that has only gotten better as the last 8 years have gone by and has consistently rolled on for 8 years in a row. Usually it's a one and done or a flash in the pan, but here we are for 8 years in a row without interruption. Advocacy in action is what this has been all about. Indeed, Recovery Reinvented has come a long, long way, just like all of us here have come a long, long way. Whether you've been walking your walk for decades, and by the way, there's a doctor right over here who I met today who has 55 years in recovery. Raise your hand, Doc. Raise your hand. Whether we've been walking our walk for 55 years or multiples of years, or whether we've been walking our walk for months, or even if we've been walking our walk for a day or two, we have found a way on our journey that is never easy, but is always worth it. By working hard to recover, we have found our way to this place today together. No wonder today is a celebration. We've made it to this moment. But now, here we are in 2024, and we're at a crossroads. We must embrace the truth that Recovery Reinvented will need a new generation of champions to continue to build on this momentum and to continue to touch more lives. And you know what? It's not going to be up to Catherine and Doug to do that anymore. Things change. It's going to be up to us to continue to ensure that we don't allow the stigma of addiction to return to North Dakota, that we don't allow the stigma of addiction to return wherever we live. It is up to us to make sure that access to treatment continues to expand, not contract. And we must make sure that people who need and deserve what we have get it, both in the acuity of the moment or later on with peer support, recovery community organizations, and other recovery supports. Catherine, Burgum, and Doug, it's inevitable. We know he's going to be leaving office in a couple of months, not because he's unpopular, but because he's out of time. They're going to move on, even though they're still going to be great residents of this state. They're going to move on in their steadfast, fearless leadership, their hands-on involvement, their generosity of resources, the roles that we have come to depend on, their remarkable efforts as we have known them up to now. It will change if it doesn't end. But their departure doesn't mean we empty the God box of our experiences that have filled our hearts and our souls since 2017 with the first Recovery Reinvented. Now is not the time to say, gosh, that was fun. Now is not the time to say, wow, that was worth it while it lasted. Time to move on. No. Recovery Reinvented has come too far to start over or even to start again. We must keep it going. We must keep pushing. And we must keep striving because you know what? We know what matters. Remember at the beginning of my presentation, I asked you to get settled and to think hard and to settle into your core what it was that brought you here today. What was it that brought you here today? Now I want you to take that reason for being here, and at the end of this day of celebration, I ask you to lift up and carry your reason for being here, carry it back to your schools, carry it back to your houses of worship. Take it to the tribal nations with which we share geography. Take it to the county detox. Take it to drug courts. Take your reason for being here back to the treatment center where you work, like Providence House. Take your reason for being here to your small businesses and your large corporations like Hess and Medica. Thank you, Medica. Lift up your reason for being here and take it to your 12-step meeting or to your healing circles or to your yoga group. Tell your family what brought you here today. Share it in your community. Why you came here today and why that matters to you. Take that back to your own lives outside of here and share that with people. You choose who that is. You choose how to do that. But you must not let your reason for being here stay here. You must take your reason for being here and take it home and take it back to your own lives outside of here. It is up to all of us and each of us to carry the messages of Recovery Reinvented. Yes, to carry the messages of hope, help, and healing, and to build on the momentum. These messages must continue to resonate after Catherine and Doug decide what they're going to do next and move on. And there's no more important and relevant message than your own message on why it mattered enough for you to take time out of your busy lives to come here today. You must not be satisfied with just being here. You must take your reason for being here back to your communities where you live. Speak your truth. Share your reason. Speak your truth and share your reason with people in places that don't know about Recovery Reinvented. And explain why it all matters to you. We are the fortunate ones. We're the ones who got well. We're the ones who found recovery. And it is our responsibility It's our opportunity to share what we know and what we are living to help those who are not here today. That's who we're really here for. Those who are not here today. Those who still suffer in silence and secrecy and shame. Those who still suffer with addiction or mental illness or both. Those who do not yet know what we know, and those who do not yet live what we live. The satisfaction and the joy of life made possible, life well lived by the days and the weeks and the months and the years and the decades when we never stopped counting along our journeys that have added up to our lives in recovery. Lives in recovery that we pass on to help others find their way too. Lives in recovery that we pass on so that next year, those people who struggle with shame, hopelessness, and fear are inspired to come to the next Recovery Reinvented. Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice job. Nice job. That was a tough one. Awesome. Thanks for setting me up.
Don't go away.
Incredible.
But yeah, that was incredible. Wow. And William, so much to take away from that. But again, what you're doing here is you're modeling what we need is someone with the courage to talk honestly about their journey, not just the high points, the low points, the challenges, the reframing. And one thing I'm going to take away from this, which I know to be true, because I know Catherine applied it, which is hope is a strategy. Dream, hope, act. Thank you, William.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. And I want to say one thing. Thank you for the courage to be vulnerable. And thank you for talking about Suboxone and how important that is for recovery. And also thank you for the, 300 people, so many people that I have asked you to connect with and help them with treatment. And you would just be on it. And I'm just so grateful for that. And I'm sure those people are so grateful also. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you.
They're going to come out and... Okay.
Okay, our pleasure right now is we've got one more keynote for this morning's part of this morning program, and it's going to be a great one because part of what we have wanted to do at Recovery Reinvented is not just to inspire, not just to share, but to turn that into act. Dream, hope, act. Part of that act or that action is us actually creating state programs to get state funding. And to do that, it doesn't have to be just not a good idea. You have to have a good idea. You have to have a team that can execute. You have to have people that can work across multiple agencies. You have to have someone who can convince our legislature that this is a smart investment to invest millions and millions and tens of millions of dollars in these programs versus in something else. And we're so fortunate in North Dakota that we have that with Pam Sagnes.
Yes, she is truly one of the chief architects of Recovery Reinvented, always providing insightful guidance, subject matter expertise, and a big heart towards driving solutions that have changed and saved lives.
A couple years ago, the legislature asked us to merge the Department of Health with the Department of Human Services, two of our larger agencies. We had the continuum of care was broken up between two of those. The health department focused on prevention. Nobody was focusing on really early intervention. Treatment was in the area of health and human services, and recovery was an idea that was yet to be supported. That whole continuum of care now is in one organization with the merger with North Dakota Health and Human Services. The director of the Division of Behavioral Health, Pam Sagnes, is building out that capability, everything from prevention all the way to a vision for us to have greater greater connections with our private providers, a new state hospital, new treatment programs, and again, working with our tribes, working with our local county health. It's a complex thing, but Catherine and I are so grateful for Pam's servant leadership, her tireless pursuit of creating a behavioral health system that works for everyone. She's going to be here today to tell you about an update. So this person, you may not, you've heard her speak at prior Recovery Reinventions. You may not know her, but she's helped develop and her team has helped execute programs that are helping everyone you know that's in recovery. So let's give up a resounding round of applause as we welcome her to the stage. Here she is, Pam Sagnis.
Good morning, everyone. Hey. I'm so grateful to be here on the stage again of Recovery Reinvented and be able to provide an update about the work that's happening here in North Dakota. One of the main things that I've learned so much over the last 8 years from the governor and also from working with the First Lady is just how lucky we are to have such leadership in our state. I'm honored to have had the opportunity to be a part of this movement, Recovery Reinvented, and all the rest of the work that's happening in behavioral health. You know, sometimes in your life, you're lucky enough to know that you're in one of those moments that you'll look back in someday, and you'll say, that was part of the good old days, or, you know, those really important times when you connected and did something really important. And we're living right now in one of those moments for me. Governor Burgum has been an inspirational leader. He has challenged our team to think big and to challenge ourselves to do bigger than what we even think we can accomplish. This year, our Health and Human Services team proposed a goal that not only should we advance our behavioral health efforts, but that we should end addiction. Imagine a world where addiction doesn't exist. What does that look like? Ending addiction would bring a range of profound benefits to individuals, family, and society as a whole. With addiction eliminated, there would be a reduction in these health issues, potentially extending lifespans, enhancing quality of life. Addiction is deeply tied to mental health struggles, such as anxiety, depression, and trauma. Ending addiction would likely alleviate a major source of emotional suffering and mental illness. Addiction often strains or breaks relationships, which can have a significant impact on our families. With addiction out of the equation, families could experience deeper bonds, emotional stability, and improving outcomes for children and strengthening our support networks. Addiction has an enormous financial impact, from healthcare costs to lost productivity, to law enforcement expenses. Freeing society from addiction could reallocate billions of dollars to education, healthcare, housing, the social problems that we're all working to address, and enhancing our overall quality of life. Many crimes, as you've heard today, are related to addiction, and approximately 85% of the people incarcerated in North Dakota have addiction issues. Without addiction, crime rates could decrease significantly, creating safer communities and reducing the burden on legal systems. But as a parent, imagine a future where your child doesn't know what addiction is. Can we imagine the day when addiction no longer exists? I think every day we get closer. And in North Dakota, we're seeing change happen every day. Just in the past 8 years, we've seen significant advancements and successes. For the first time in years, we're seeing decreases not only in overdose, but also in suicide. We're starting to see access to treatment services growing. When we started this effort 8 years ago, there were 75 treatment programs in North Dakota. Today, there's 107. Residential increasing from 25 residential programs to 40. We've seen opioid treatment programs that didn't even exist prior to 2016 go from 1 to 4, actively serving 1,125 people in those programs. Currently, our substance use disorder voucher has allowed more than 8,500 people to get a service from a private provider that prior to this program, they would have had to seek services from providers that potentially were further away from their home or not of their choice, or even going on a waiting list while they waited for services. 8,500 people. The Free Through Recovery and Community Connect programs have filled a gap in recovery support services that we identified 8 years ago was a significant need for our state. And to date, more than 14,000 individuals have been served by those two programs alone. And housing, such an important issue for us to address in our state. Our Recovery Housing Assistance Program has served over 1,100 individuals in the short time the program has been in existence. But not only are we helping people to have housing, but we're seeing improved outcomes. For example, 8% of participants saw improvement in their employment with an average income growth of 149%. 72% saw improvement with their criminal justice involvement. 81% reported reduction in their emergency room use for non-emergent reasons, and 90% saw improvements with overdose risk. And there's already been a lot of focus today on peer support. Utilizing our lived experience in order to benefit our behavioral health workforce has been a key strategy of North Dakota. Since the beginning of Recovery Reinvented, the Behavioral Health Division has supported 48 peer support trainings, with 1,258 individuals completing the trainings. Thank you. I know many of you are here today, and I just want to point out that in partnership with legislators, we not only trained individuals and provided that opportunity, but we completed created peer support certification so that we could create a pathway towards reimbursement. We currently have 355 certified peer support specialist 1s and 36 certified peer support specialist 2 that are certified in the state of North Dakota, again, something that didn't exist 8 years ago when we started this work. Peer support has been an established part of our behavioral health workforce, and it's so important to note that we continue to work on reimbursement, whether that's from Medicaid, Blue Cross Blue Shield, or many of the state-funded programs like Free Through Recovery or Community Connect, and continuing to look at our lived experience as a key component of our behavioral health system is vital in advancing our behavioral health workforce. Also, overdose prevention is so key for us. Many of you have received Narcan at this event over the years. We have provided on average 11,000 Narcan kits annually. We know that we have had more than 3,000 known overdose reversals since 2017 when we began this work. We've also worked to expand telehealth crisis services. We currently have 64 agencies in the state that are enrolled and contracted with Avel eCare to expand crisis services through first responders in our rural areas. We also have expanded our jail telepsychiatry services. Currently, 16 jails in North Dakota are signed up and have access to these services, with more than 399 services provided through this program from January through October. And now a few of the programs that are in the middle of being worked on or advancing right now. We are working to advance our women and children addiction residential programs and reimbursement in the state, expanding services so that parents aren't having to make tough decisions about caring for themselves or caring for their children. We are currently in contract for new inpatient behavioral health beds in the Williston region, bringing inpatient services to a region that desperately needs them, reducing family members needing to travel so far to see loved ones, and increasing those services, again, closer to home. And you heard Governor Burgum mention, but we have been working on the design of a new state hospital. Our current state hospital is very antiquated, and there are so many opportunities for us to advance our best practices in serving individuals in a trauma-informed way. And so a new state hospital is an important part of our full continuum. We provide many specialty services at the state hospital that are not available anywhere else in the state. And so having this opportunity is a great thing that we will again be continuing into this legislative session as we discuss the building of the new state hospital. And last session, our human service centers were provided the authority to begin converting to what's called certified community behavioral health clinics. These are 5 efforts that the human service centers are currently working on in order to move towards that certification. They're working on the front door experience, expanding addiction services, focusing on youth and family, enhancing crisis services, and again, looking to better serve justice-involved individuals. This will be a work in progress, and every region has different needs and partnerships, so we will be continuing to work with our private partners as we expand those services. And next, these are 3 key really important things that we've been working on over the years, but one is that we really need to support that full continuum of care. You heard earlier speakers talk about everything from prevention to recovery. It is so important that we provide services so that if we can prevent a need for service in the future, we do that first. And we have early intervention and treatment and recovery support services. We also want to continue to expand our partnership between public and private entities, and again, build a robust behavioral health workforce. All things that we are working on right now, but have more to do. So I just said it, but we have more to do. We've done so much and we've come so far in the last 8 years, but I think there's always opportunities to look at what we did yesterday and say, how could we do that better tomorrow? As a mother who's received a phone call before from an emotional disturbance specialist at a school, or who's had a doctor say, I'm sorry, but it's cancer, I think it's really important for us all to know we're one diagnosis, one bad decision, sometimes even just one unfortunate circumstance away from a behavioral health crisis. And we should not accept anything less than the services available when we need them and as close to home as possible. So I challenge you today to continue to work on behavioral health being treated equally as physical health. It is important that at the core of our work, there's recognition that behavioral health is an integral part of overall health. The foundational principle requires that individuals with behavioral health needs are entitled to the same level of care, access, and quality as those with physical health conditions. And in order to do that, we will need to focus on ensuring parity. So for example, behavioral health services should be provided on par with physical health services in terms of access, coverage, and quality of care. Our care should be integrated and not a separate care. Behavioral health services should be integrated into primary care and general health care settings to normalize mental health and substance use treatment and to reduce stigma. And lastly, stigma reduction, so much of the conversation today. We really need to look at how we can continue this effort so that we will continue to educate communities, healthcare providers, policymakers, and all interested parties in continuing to focus on reducing stigma and the discrimination against individuals seeking mental health or addiction treatment. I also just want to share some resources that already exist. Parents Lead is a great resource if you're looking for information on having conversations with your child or helping support a loved one. And I would also encourage everyone to visit our website, behavioralhealth.nd.gov, where you can find our mental health directory, addiction services, recovery talk, and many other programs that we have available today. Thank you.
Keep it going for Pam Sagnas, everybody. Incredible work happening by her and her team at the state. One thing I want to note for you, if you've been a part of this event before, you know that we always do a recovery countdown. That will be happening later this afternoon with the First Lady and with Natasha, and I haven't told Natasha that yet, so she's finding that out in real time that she'll be on stage doing that. But if you're watching online, you can go to recoveryreinvented.com and you can enter your months or years in recovery so we can include that as a part of the recovery countdown. So please be sure that you do that as well. I want to take just a little bit of time here and recognize our sponsors. We've talked about it earlier about the importance of those sponsors and the role that they play. And I'm going to start with our premier sponsor for many, many years now, Hess. We want to give a special thank you to them. From the very beginning, Hess has led the way in support of this event and our broader movement to empower recovery across North Dakota and beyond. This movement would have not been possible at all without their partnership. They have believed in and invested in Recovery Reinvented for years now, and we are so grateful for them. So please give a round of applause for our premier sponsor, Hess. I know Brent Slonis from Hess is somewhere. He's right here. So could you please stand, Brent, please? Thank this guy if you see him. He was featured in the video earlier that we showed both going into and coming out of the break. So if you see Brent, please thank him. On to our Sakakawea level sponsors. It was also mentioned earlier that Medica, new sponsor this year, they sponsored William Moyer's talk. We had the powerful testimonial from Andrew. Andrew, I know you're going to love this. I'm going to make you stand again, if you could, right here. Let's thank Andrew and the Medica team. If you see Andrew, please thank him. Incredible work. And our other Sakakawea level sponsor is the North Dakota, State of North Dakota Behavioral Health Division. You just heard from Pam, and I want to call out the team at the Behavioral Health Division because they're really the engine that makes this thing go. They're setting up all day. You see them all wearing Recovery Reinvented t-shirts. So please thank those people that are working because they're working hard to make sure that this event is enjoyable for all of you. I want to give a special shout out that I couldn't put in the script because Pam and Laura would have seen it, but I want to give a special shout out to Pam Sagnas and Laura Anderson. You just heard from Pam. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause. Those two, when we talk about being the engine behind this thing and the architects behind this thing, they've put in hours and hours of work on this event every year, and they've become dear friends. And it's been a privilege of mine and an absolute joy to be working side by side with them. So I want to just thank them again. So Pam, Laura, and the entire Behavioral Health Division team, thank you for everything that you do for this. Our Lewis and Clark level sponsors, we have three, and all three have been sponsoring this event for years now. So, and I know some of them are represented here today. We have Bell Bank, Forum Communications, and Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Dakota. If you are from one of those organizations, can you please stand, and let's give them a round of applause. So thank you again for being here, supporting us for years. And same with this list of our Zazula level sponsors, Dakota Medical Foundation, Microsoft, TC Energy, Essentia Health, and Providence House. Many of these organizations, again, since the very beginning have supported this event. If you are from one of those organizations, please stand. And again, yes, thank you. Thank these people when you see them. And we have incredible community partners as well. Sanford Health, Prairie Recovery Center. If you're from one of those organizations, please stand and be recognized as well. Round of applause. One of the key tenets of this event from day one has been to make it as accessible for people as possible and keeping it free so that there were not barriers to attend this event. And we could not have done that without these sponsors. So thank you again to all of them. Okay, so speaking of free, it's time for lunch. Last year we served lunch a little later in the day, and then we did the post-event surveying, and we found out y'all were a little hangry and upset about that. So we've bumped it up a little bit this year. We don't need angry people for the afternoon sessions. A couple reminders before we head to lunch. First of all, I've said it a couple times, I'm going to say it again, t-shirts. I want that t-shirt count to be 0 by the end of the day. The expo is going to stay open. There will be snacks set out for you to make it back in here. Please meet someone new. The networking we know from you all is a really critical part of this. We are going to be back here in 45 minutes, so at 1:15. Lunch will be served not at the next hall, but the one over from that. So on the other side of the expo, there will be boxed lunches. They're already set out. Go grab a lunch. We'll see you back here at 1:15. Thanks. All right, welcome back, everybody. I know some people are still filing in. Once again, I hope they hear my voice from the other room and continue to file in. We've got a great afternoon planned here, and you won't want to miss any of it. So if you can hear me in the expo hall over there, please hurry over here. I don't want to have to call you on stage and embarrass you for not being here on time, so come on over right now. As we come back from lunch, one thing that we wanted to do this year was to take some time to look back on some of the impactful moments from Recovery Reinvented throughout the years. And there were many. We've had incredible keynotes for 8 years. So it was tough to pick some, but we found some that we wanted to show you. So throughout the afternoon, sprinkled in, you'll see some video clips of past Recovery Reinvented speakers who inspired hope and action in North Dakota and beyond. It's a little bit of a greatest hits album from some of these moments and lessons that have been shared from the stage, this stage here over the past 8 years. So without further ado, let's roll the first one.
I always like to end with a quote from Black Elk. He was a Lakota spiritual leader from the late 1800s. And again, we did not have a written language, but he met with a writer in the early 1900s, and they wrote the book Black Elk Speaks. This is my favorite quote from him. "Of course, it was not I who cured. It was the power from the outer world, and the visions and ceremonies had only made me like a hole through which the power could come to the two-leggeds. If I thought that I was doing it myself, the hole would close up and no power could come through." And what he's talking about is humility, understanding that we don't own the healing power. We're just accessing it and trying to channel it in the right directions. And if we're intelligent about this, we have to recognize that we have to channel that healing energy in different ways for different people, for different populations. We have to be intelligent enough to do that. And the core value in humility is focusing on the fact that this is about healing populations. It's about healing the communities. Now, it might not surprise you that the core value at Stanford Medical School was not humility. It might not be too surprising. But do patients ever say things like, "My doctor didn't know enough biochemistry"? No. But do we hear things like, "My doctor didn't listen to me. My doctor didn't spend time with me. My doctor talked down to me"? I think in the healing environment, as we're focusing on recovery, we also have to look at how we approach each other. Let's have the humility to respect one another, even if we are different. In the old ways of my people, in the old ways of your people, we respected each other. We understood that there is a world population and a world community. In recent times, we seem to have lost some of that along the way. What I'm hoping as we move forward and I think about the old ways of my people and the spiritual ways of my people and that connectedness we had amongst each other, that needs to be a part of the recovery process. Because as a community, we all have a role in promoting healing for all of us. We all have a role in preventing addiction through creating social circumstances in which everyone can live in a healthy way and have a healthy future. And let us remember that we all drink from the same stream of consciousness. We are all connected by that same stream of consciousness. We are all related. What we do to each other, we do to ourselves. Act kindly toward my people, for indeed my people are your people. How? Pilami ayelo, mitakuye oyasi. Thank you all very much.
How great to look back at Dr. Don Warren and the incredible keynote that he is. And of course, he's gone on. He was running the Indian Med program at the University of North Dakota. Now he's at Johns Hopkins. So fantastic to see his career. But we've got a great afternoon. Thank you for joining with us. If you're online, thanks for coming back. We've got a fantastic afternoon, and kicking it off is an incredible individual. Natasha Silverbell journey began at 19 when she was crowned Miss Michigan, that's hard to say, Miss Michigan, and eventually was in the top of the contenders at Miss USA. She was literally a Ford model in New York, and that doesn't mean she was a car. That's like a high-end agency. The Ford thing is where the best of the models go in New York. But and this is a gal that grew up in Montana, our neighbor from Montana, and where I know the area where she grew up. My grandfather worked in public health in Montana, and so it is literally one of the most beautiful places in the world. So she had those roots like a neighbor of ours, but often in New York, she'll tell you about what happened there, her journey to addiction, her sober and now her true calling, which is recovery coaching. And right now, she's the CEO of Silverbell Global. They're doing this work around the world, coaching people in the path through recovery. And she's got a leading multidisciplinary approach to recovery, helping practitioners develop these sustainable paths to mental wellness.
Natasha also co-founded the In-Service Foundation and Youth Prevention Mentors, providing mental health support to underserved communities and mentoring young adults. Through global symposiums, including events at Oxford and Harvard, Natasha fosters dialogue on mental wealth, addiction, and family systems. With ongoing training in trauma, somatic wisdom, and more, Natasha continues to innovate the field of recovery, serving on boards like NCADD in Westchester and Partnership to End Addiction.
Natasha is an inspiring leader, and she champions recovery and mental health literally across the world, creating lasting change in the communities she serves. She's a neighbor from Montana, but when she's traveling the world, it's great that she made time to come back here to North Dakota. Let's give this mom, let's give this person in recovery, let's give this innovator a great North Dakota welcome. Here she is, Natasha Silverbell. Thank you.
Hear me well? Okay, great. I just want to make sure I'm mic'd up right. I like to come a little closer. I don't like to be so far away. And before I sit down, because I'm going to tell my story a little bit. Oh, can we go back to the horse, please? Sorry. So the reason I have this is my homepage of our website, and I always like to start in the present moment. Be where your feet are. For those who are in recovery, I'm in long-term recovery, and I'll tell my story. I like to start where I'm at right now. And in this present day, we are in 7 different countries. We have over 175 people who work within Silverbell Global, all in the coaching modality. So what you guys have been doing here in the great state of North Dakota, Catherine and I have just met a few years ago. But what she was doing and I was doing is we had these parallel paths, and now we're converging. And it's just so beautiful to be here. So going back to my story, where did it all begin? Because I actually didn't graduate college. I encourage everyone to go to college, as I am my daughter. I'm the mother of 3. but starting back from the beginning, I'd like to share with you how this all began. I'm just a farm girl from Montana, so now we can go on into that. Oh, it's me. I've got the clicker. So we came out here, and we're 7th-generation cattle ranch owners from Paradise Valley, Livingston, Montana, for those who are from Montana. And we began very humbly, and I'm a self-made family. And then what I'd like to share is just the simplicity of my life. So some people say, well, if you grew up in a battered home, or if you had a disadvantaged, poverty or whatever, you're going to have more chances of being in addiction. There are extenuating circumstances that always happen, but I want to let you know I had loving parents. They were great. Sure, we had adversity. There's no such thing as a perfect family. But I had a very simple upbringing, and it was beautiful. I still ended up in the darkest, darkest moments of my life in an addiction. And I love to talk about Charlie Munger. If those who don't know who he is Warren Buffett's partner. Raise your hand if you know who Warren Buffett is, right? So now you know who Charlie Munger is. And he says, the bonds of addiction are too loose to be felt until they're too tight to be broken. Let me say that again. The bonds of addiction are too loose to be felt. I can't feel that I'm addicted until they're too tight to be broken, and I'm gone. And this is from a man who just understands human behavior and understands what extenuating circumstances can do, and family of origin. So we're going to talk about that and where my company has taken and understanding the family system, which Governor, you and Catherine have done so much to lead this fight. It is just incredible what in 8 years you've been able to accomplish. So I grew up with this somewhat normal childhood, and we'll go to the next one, which is not my greatest moment. Let's just fast forward. So I grew up in Montana and Michigan. My parents were the first college graduates, and I end up as a beauty queen. Miss Berrien Springs, Miss Michigan, and then I go on to Miss USA. And it was great. Everything seemed like everything was wonderful. Look, I'm winning things. Catherine, you touched about accomplishments. If I just accomplish this, I'll be fine, right? If I just get into this college, or if I just do this and get this job, I'll be okay. Well, wait a second. What happened? Hold on. I go to New York. Great. Everything should be fine, right? New York City's awesome. Look how glamorous I am. But what happened? I ended up in the depths and the darkest moments of my life, and I couldn't find a way out. I had no idea, because at age 19, 20, 21, 22, I was actually having what they call pre-contemplation in my brain. I would have never said to anyone I wanted to stop drinking or using because I didn't have a problem. I just didn't know what was going on, and I kept going out, and I kept partying, and I kept doing things I didn't want to be doing. The substances, of course, will kill you, but it's often the behavior while on the substances, like drinking and driving. And so when you talk about the deaths in the state, because of Montana has the same problem. So what did I do? Well, I asked for something called help, and that was probably the scariest moment of my life when I crawled into what we know is a 12-step recovery rooms. And that did save my life in the beginning. And then I thought I had it all figured out. And I ended up relapsing. And our former speaker, William, thank you so much for sharing about your one chips. I had almost 4 years of recovery under me. And then guess what? I thought I had it all figured out. I thought I could drink and use safely. The research out there shows that the one illusion that people in recovery or people trying to get sober have is this illusion that if one day I'll be able to drink and use safely. I'll figure it out. I'll get it next time. I thought I had it all figured out. And that brought me to drinking and driving my kids drunk many times. I had a 6-month relapse that took me to where police were called, situations were untenable, and I was really a prisoner of my own mind. So what did I do again? I crawled into the rooms again. And I surrendered and gave complete defeat to something more powerful than me, and that's substances. When I ingest alcohol or put a drug in my body, prescription or otherwise, unless it's prescribed, as William said, which is really important, all bets are off. There is a genetic predisposition now. I've done genetic testing. It does run in our family. There is a genetic thing that goes on. So no matter if I had not ended up as a beauty queen or a New York fast-paced life model, guess what I would have done? I would have found a way to escape my feelings that were making me want to drink or use so bad. If I went to college, because I also had a really bad reading disability called dyslexia, and I couldn't make sense of words on a page. I learn auditorily, and so thank goodness for technology. I can hear now. I can read, I can listen to books on tape, but back in the 80s, that wasn't happening. So I would have found a way to escape my feelings, whether it was through beauty pageants or modeling. So I went to a solution. And this is where I'm at today. And I'm going to show you just a few more slides. I only have a few more. And I want to spend some time talking about the solution and where I am today and what happened. So as I'm getting sober, and I finally, 16 years ago, August 8th of 2008 is my or August 5th of 2008 is my sobriety date. I have 16 years, thank you. I have 16 years of continuous recovery, and I had to change my entire life. And when I woke up, literally woke up, I had 3 beautiful children. I had an 8-year-old, I had a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 1-year-old. Now, those first 4 years of recovery is when I was giving birth and with my children, but again, remember, I thought I had it all figured out. And I didn't. And I had to learn how to get out of my own way. And so as I was waking up and looking at these 3 beautiful children and realizing that I need to go a different direction in my life, I had to leave the father of my children, which was probably the scariest decision of my entire life. I am a domestic violence survivor. And I had to recreate my life. But his family had a lot of money and resources, and I was really scared to leave. I didn't have a lot of money and resources. What was I going to do? Take my 3 kids and go back to the ranch? Legally, I couldn't. So what were my choices? Be where your feet are. Wherever you are, you can figure it out, especially if you keep a clean mind and your heart is motivated. I had a lot of motivation, but I didn't know what to do. So I ended up just learning how to take direction and ask for help. And that ended me up in what they call recovery coaching. And at the time, 2010, well, that's almost 14 years ago, I was taking this class to be a peer recovery certified coach, and I didn't really understand it, but there I was, and I was judging the field. I was thinking, well, coaching is just for people who didn't make it. Remember, I didn't finish college. Or coaching is just for people who, well, they have nothing else to do. But yet there I was, trying to get out of my own way. I had about 2 years of sobriety at the time, and I was clear-minded enough to take direction. So I sat there in class, and I realized that maybe, just maybe, there's another way and another pathway, because so many people don't make it into treatment. So many people don't make it into the rooms, the 12-step rooms. So many people don't make it to IOP, and if they do, they don't go back. What else are we supposed to do? Recovery coaching presents an opportunity of a bridge to help people get to treatment, to help people stay in an IOP, to help people be maybe open to going to 12 steps one day, or instead of having an accountability partner, a peer recovery advocate who understands you. There's an unspoken language that we have as peer recovery specialists that by just showing up, when I'm talking to William or I'm in the presence of Catherine, I don't have to say much. I feel safe, I feel seen, I feel validated, and I certainly don't feel judged. That's electrifying to think about. The solution is right in front of the lived experience. No academic out there can do the same thing. People might challenge that statement, but go ahead and let them. Let's work together with the academia. Let's work together with the clinical excellence that's out there. We need each other. So as I became a certified recovery coach, I'm going to tell you the story of when I got my first case. And it was an off chance. I was able to meet a family lawyer, Arthur Ettinger, in New York City. And as a divorced mother of 3 that was sober in New York City, I had something that a lot of people didn't have. I had experience in knowing the way out. And so I often say, if I'm going to go hike Kilimanjaro, I'm not going to take the best academic or someone who maybe has the best book they've written on it. I want to go to the guy who's been to the top a few times and back to tell me and show me and go with me. And so this family lawyer who was trying to help his client stay sober, he says, I have a mother of 2 who's going to lose her kids. You know, the father's actually not a greater option. Mom's the best hope for these kids. If she's going to go, she'd already been to treatment a few times. We've got to find another way. We've got to reinvent this. We've got to figure this out another way. And so he said, go over and just start coaching her. I was like, okay, you know, me and my certification, you know, but I had some years of experience, and I was also a sober mom. And so I just went as me. I just showed up as me. And the first thing I did was I played board games with her and her children just for a few hours, or we would do chores together, or we'd go to the grocery store and learn how to shop by not going down the alcohol aisle. Or when we would come home and the kids were angry and frustrated and the snotty nose, and she was sober for the first time, not knowing how to, when you wake up and you realize that you have 3 beautiful children, or you have 2 or whatever, you're like, how do I parent them now? And so I would just model for her without saying anything. I would model for her just how to not get activated in my nervous system too, and I'm going to talk about why our deactivation is so important to teach as peer recovery specialists and what we've done with our trainings. And so I would model how to zip up the jacket and wipe the snotty nose without being angry. You know, when you're tired and worn out at the end of the day and trying just to stay sober. And so about 6 weeks into this case, the lawyer who gave me my first case, he goes, okay, now you're going to go talk to the forensic psychologist that's been overseeing your work. And I was like, you think you could have helped a sister out and told me I was being supervised? Hello? I don't know what I'm doing. I felt like such an imposter. And he said, you're doing great. Just go in and tell him what you're doing. And so I went in and I sat down, and he had these spectacles on and his pad, and he was just like, tell me what you're doing with my patient. And I was like, okay. And I told him we were playing board games, we were shopping, and you know, I was kind of doing sticker charts, rewards if the kids, you know, put their shoes away or whatever. And these are like 2- and 4-year-olds. And then he put his spectacles down and he goes, because it's working. And it was like this big relief of anxiety and weight, and I wouldn't have even had to have been paid. That's the dirty little secret about recovery coaching, is that you do it for free anyways. But there is a way, and our time is valuable, and we should honor and respect other people's time. And so he said, keep doing what you're doing, but I have another case for you. I have another mother. And when you're done with that one, I have another mother. And when you're that one, I have another mother. So for 2 years, he took me under his wing, and he helped form the company, unbeknownst to me, I didn't realize what was happening, is in-home forensic support. Peer recovery specialists going with their own lived experience. And I remember taking notes, and we would send daily notes to him, and I would say, I don't know what I'm supposed to be writing. He goes, tell me what you're seeing. And he says, just the facts, tell me what you're seeing. And I would tell him what I was seeing, and he goes, thank you. Because my lens of the lived experience is very different than a clinical lens, as beautiful as that is and wonderful as that is. When it's fed to a clinician, it can be incredibly valuable to understand what that lived experience from someone who has walked that path before and can show the way. So between the clinician and the client and the other, you know, peer support specialists, we're feeding this really relevant information that can help heal a family system and prevent the relapse from happening. So if inpatient is needed along the way, there is an actual support system that can support them when they come out too, if they've engaged before. And so this is what our company does globally now. And as we know, I mean, William talked about 4 or 5 times in rehab. I didn't have to go to rehab, but the truth is, the father of my children wasn't asking me to either. There was no intervention done on me, and there should have been. You know, so for whatever reason, my path did not require that, but most of the people that we're working with require and need support along the way of an inpatient experience at some point. And so as the company grew, I needed more and more peer support specialists and recovery. But I realized that the trainings that are out there it's what we have. We can do more. And we can get the esteemed clinicians to join us. So my next slide, this is where I began my business in New York City. I'm not very good with PowerPoints because I don't do them that much. I usually just tell stories. But this is where we began our work. And the benefits of staying sober. Beautiful townhouses come into your life where you can help heal people. And then I was able to go speak at Oxford about our methodologies with great clinicians, but I'll go back to this one here. This is the one. So for those of you who don't know, I'm going to teach you something today called the polyvagal theory. You want to raise your hand? Have you ever heard of your vagus nerve in your body? Yeah. So in 2009, the science behind your nervous system was finally documented. Well, I think most people in the room know that our nervous system is science. It's not like rocket science. But in today's day and age in Western medicine, they like data, and so do I. And so Deb Dana right there, she is the foremost expert in the polyvagal theory. She founded it with her partner, Stephen Porges, and they created the Polyvagal Institute. She has written dozens of books, as has Stephen Porges, and I was just over in Oxford with them. I mean, what a dream come true. For a non-educated, just lived experience farm girl, this is where sobriety can take you, one day at a time. And so she now trains our coaches in helping regulate, understanding your nervous system so we can help our clients regulate their nervous system. Because in the end, that's really what's getting you, is the feelings are so overwhelming, at least it was for me. I just get the case of the F-its, you know, and screw it, it doesn't matter, and what does it matter, and I'll never be anything, and all those low feelings, and yes, that toxic shame is what I lived with. And so then we've been able to work with esteemed clinicians like Tion Dayton. Has everybody ever heard of something called psychodrama? Psychodrama. It's where you act out family of origin and understand your relationship, how you can reframe your thinking. And so our coaches are taught how to do this as well. And this is everyone in my company has to have the lived experience. I've had people with PhDs want to come work with me. And I'm just like really flattered, first of all, that you want that. But I'm like, tell me your lived experience. How much adversity have you overcome? And if you haven't ever walked down, hiked up Kilimanjaro, and found your way back out, you don't know how to do it. And so it's kind of like I'll say with recovery coaching, we're prisoners of war, and we've lived behind enemy lines, and we know the way out. Now, Governor Bergman quoted, and I have the statistic here. I really unfortunately like the quote, but I'm going to give the data, the numbers behind it. I did some math this morning, so I have to read it. He said that it was like 6 Vietnams going on since then. Now, I was born in 1975 when Vietnam ended. I'm 49 years old, so that's like 50 years ago. And some say the Vietnam War went on for 20 years. Is that right? That's what Google said. And so in one Vietnam War, it was 1,291,426 people passed away. If times 6 is 7,748,556 people. And I'm no mathematician, but that's almost 8 million people within 50 years. That's a staggering number. And you think about how can we help people not have this problem anymore? Data's showing, yeah, it's showing, but like Governor Bergman said, be careful, the data can be misleading sometimes. We still have a real problem on our hands, and having people with the lived experience that have lived behind enemy lines and lived to tell the story, and that's people in here, those of us who are in recovery and want to stay sober and want to help other people stay sober and show them the way out. You really, really matter for the future of how we're going to help fix this problem. Because the current status of where we're at isn't as effective as it needs to be. So we do a lot of trainings, and we're trying to push the envelope. So with these world leaders, and we work with Columbia professors who train our coaches in DBT. It's called dialectical behavioral therapy. These aren't long trainings. These are a week. We work in supervision, And it's okay if you miss something and come back. It is virtual and it's recorded, and we want to give people the opportunity to take what their passion, because most people who work with me love what they do, and how we can hone and create new pathways for them to be as helpful as possible. So then the next piece I wanted to kind of share is I wanted to bring what we're doing, like what Catherine and Doug have been doing, to the masses. But I'm only one person, and yes, as Governor Bergman was saying, like one change, like ripple effect with one person can really make a huge difference. Remember, I'm just one person from Montana who decided to put her recovery first. And so we create events and retreats for the families, because that to me is the solution. Well, if you don't end up in recovery and you don't have a substance abuse problem, but you are affected in the family, what is out there for you as a family to learn and grow? So there's been an opportunity for us to create events and retreats for people. And then I see my time. I have about 4 minutes left. I just want to be mindful of the time. The success that has come just because I learned how to take direction. I did work a 12-step program. It did save my life. Finding like-minded people, asking for help, is that you get a really big life. People have wanted to do interviews on me. They want to understand I actually get to travel the world, and in the United Arab Emirates is where we are called pioneers. And we are leading panels in Dubai, and we're asked to go in many different countries, but again, our team is mighty. We have a lot of independent contractors that work with us. Those are the coaches. Our team is mighty but powerful. It's only 15, so we can only do so much. But I'm asked to do a lot of really special things and lead talks. And I have to say, if you were to tell me this 16 years ago, one day you're going to be leading conferences around the world and you're going to be, asked to speak and present, I would have said, you're full of mess. I don't believe you. Because you were just trying to trick me or tell me something else because you wanted me to stay sober. What's the catch? I wouldn't have believed it. I didn't think I had anything valuable to offer. One day at a time, surrounding yourself with people who really see the positive in you, learning how to associate with those kinds of people was really hard for me. I said I had to recreate my life. I had to recreate all kinds of new friend groups, and understanding that together in community is how really forward momentum can happen. That ripple effect. So we've had hundreds of cases since I formed my company in 2012, and I've been asked to invest in other behavioral health startups, little old me. We had our big annual fundraiser for the In-Service Foundation, which is the art of transformation, which is recovery coaching. It's a foundation that we created to help people. Just like North Dakota, what you guys are doing is just incredible. I'm still just kind of dumbfounded as I speak, what God's been able to do in my life. And so with that, I'm going to finish with the most important piece of my life, and that's my kids. So Samuel is 21. That's what really began my recovery journey when I found out I was pregnant at 26. And by God's grace, I had a very healthy young baby boy, Sam, and then Benjamin, and then Sarah. And they got to be raised. I wasn't sober the whole time, but when I was, they got to watch me work through my emotions sober. They got to see me hit my knees and ask for help. They got to see their mom accomplish things and show them that no matter what they do, if they just believe in themselves, they can do it too. And with that, I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Natasha.
Wow, another fantastic story, fantastic keynoter, fantastic sharing. Yeah. And again, I think what's inspiring there is the opportunity when you have in the depths of this disease to not only find recovery, but then to be a force for good to help so many others to also find recovery. So let's give it up for Natasha one more time. Thank you. Next up, it's pretty simple. We got another highlight reel, and then after that, we got some more surprises. We got awards. We got one more great keynoter, but let's go with one more best of Recovery Reinvented video.
It's a picture of my son on his last visit home, 4 months before he died. I mentioned a few minutes ago when I started that Brian didn't die of an overdose, he took his own life. So why did someone 13 months sober, substance-free, take his own life? I've never had to wonder. Brian told me in a suicide note, "Dad, it's about not being treated like a human," he wrote, "after someone who has worked so hard to get back to normal." I'm here today to ask all of you to join me. Brian didn't see a world where as a young man, he could develop a disease, get treated in our healthcare system with medical care based on science, get better, manage a chronic illness successfully, and live a happy and healthy life. Well, today I'm here to ask you to join me. Join with me, the governor, and the First Lady, and let's create that world that Brian didn't see. Let's create that world for the next young man that comes along, the next young woman that comes along, the next family. Let's drag addiction out of the shadows and into our hearts. I can't imagine a more perfect expression of humanity. Thank you.
I think one thing when we look back, Gary Mendel, Catherine had a chance to meet him, talk to him, invite him here to North Dakota, and he shared the story. And again, we talked this morning about the incredible statistics of us losing more than 100,000 sons, daughters, nieces, nephews, moms, and dads a year to the disease of addiction. And that doesn't count. We talked about the Vision Zero, but we do lose about 10,000 people a year, not 10,000, we lose 40,000 people a year on roads in America. One of the most dangerous things we have are roads. 40,000 people, and over half of those are related to impaired driving due to the disease of addiction. So the number for the overdose is just one piece. But here Gary lost his son after he was in recovery, and he has dedicated his life. That video was from 2019. He is still going around the country today doing what he did for us in 19, is to try to build that movement where we have to build a healthcare system where we treat the disease of addiction like it's an actual healthcare problem. And he's not here, but we should all just be thankful for people like Gary sharing their story, and great to bring that back up. So, way to go. But we got cool stuff going on in North Dakota right now, super cool stuff. We've talked about corrections a number of times, but you got a story to tell.
Well, yeah. Well, recently, I got a request to do a podcast. And I'm happy to do a podcast. And then this one actually was from the state penitentiary here in Bismarck. It's two guys that do this amazing podcast. And it's changed people's lives, but it was, so I was there, I was, in the where they were shooting it in a penitentiary, or where we were doing the podcast. But these guys were so inspiring and so uplifting. It was a really incredible experience. And
of course you mentioned change, but it is Chains with a Z, to change. That's the name of their podcast. We're gonna show you a clip, but I think before we do that, we're gonna bring somebody forward here. Lacey Zander, she's the unit manager of DOCR. We're doing so many cool things within our correction system in North Dakota. This is where it takes place. She helps make this happen. Let's bring her on stage right now. Here she is. Let's give it up for Lacey Zander.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lacey Zander, and like Governor Burgum said, I am a unit manager at the State Penitentiary here in Bismarck. So the Change to Change podcast began as an idea from one of the hosts, Antonio Stridiron, or Dredd as he likes to be called, and you'll see why. In 2017, when we were really starting to focus on change within the facility walls. And that dream came to fruition in 2023 with the help of Prairie Public Broadcasting, the North Dakota Council on the Arts, and the F5 project. So when you think of prison, by design, prisons are intended to keep people in. And the flip side of that coin is that prisons also keep people out. So the vision of the North Dakota Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation is healthy and productive neighbors, a safe North Dakota. And we know that 97% of people living in prison are going to get out and return to the community. So it would make sense then for the community to accept the returning citizens and to help end the stigma of felon or addict, that we needed to find a way to safely bring the public inside. And what better way to do that than with technology? If COVID has taught us anything, it is how to use technology. So what better way than to hear stories and journeys of people's lives than from the people themselves? So it's not just other residents that the podcast interviews. About over half is probably staff and other community stakeholders. And from the very beginning, the number one person on their list, they have a whiteboard in the podcast room, has always been Catherine Burgum, which makes total sense because her vision and mission of ending the shame and stigma of addiction in North Dakota falls right in line with what the podcast's goal is to show that people can change and that people still have value. So we had the opportunity this fall to interview Catherine Burgum, and what a pleasure it was, because think about this, the impact of the First Lady of North Dakota is inside a maximum security prison, inside of a repurposed cell with 2 felons, being open and honest about addiction and her life. So I think that really goes to show that the impact that it has and how important it is that if the First Lady of North Dakota accepts this and shows you that people are people, then the community needs to also accept that people are people and they will be returning to our communities. So the full episode is available anywhere that you can get podcasts, Spotify, Amazon, Apple Music. But without further ado, here's her clip.
Okay, Catherine. Nice to meet you. Welcome to Unity Village.
Hey, happy to get started.
Let's do this.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
No, Dave, I'm good.
I'm going to start with a little rap song. Is that okay? No.
I was like, oh my God, it's amazing.
I should have been working on that. Dang, why didn't I? You guys could probably do a better job at it than I do.
We got the rap song for you.
Person understand for freedom, they take hard work for change and changing that. I am.
Who is it?
One of my mentees.
Pretty shit, it sounds sweet, but man, it's full of bitterness.
Forgot where the button's at.
Here we go. B. Hey everybody, it's your boy Dredd, hanging out in the booth with my road dog Z-Man.
Yep.
Z, what in the world do we have going on today, man?
I don't know what to say. Speechless.
Speechless?
Oh wait, you remember that show with Ashton Kutcher, Punked, on MTV?
Mm-hmm.
Are we getting punked?
I kind of feel like it right now.
Is our agent punking us right now?
I think our agent is doing something. I don't know what it is yet, but I
would never punk you guys.
Well, world, we have a guest that's unbelievably in the booth. She's actually locked in a prison cell with 2 felons. I know, world, you might be thinking like, wait, why would a guest be, not right to be locked in a cell with 2 felons? Well, guest, would you like to introduce yourself to the world so they can see why this is such a big thing?
Sure. I am First Lady Catherine Burgum, and so grateful to be with you today, and grateful for the incredible work you are both doing.
Oh,
we're happy to have you.
Thanks for coming. And well, when she says she's the First Lady, she's the First Lady of North Dakota. Can you believe it?
Yep. No, I can't believe it sometimes.
And she is locked in a cell with 2 felons.
You said that.
Did I?
That's what the nervous sigh was for.
Oh, okay. Well, speaking about nervous, my first question to you is, are you nervous?
Not really. I was going to actually tell you that if it, gains me any, I don't know, credentials, I have a misdemeanor, so.
All right, we're good to go.
Oh, so we just are gangsters today. We're good. So you sure you're not scared to be locked in here with us?
I am not. I feel like you guys, we have a lot in common, and we're trying to help people and do good, and it's a good thing, and I'm just so happy to be here with you guys.
Well, spoiler alert, you should be. You're in the hot seat.
Oh. I have a lot of questions for you guys. But...
Whoa, I guess it looks like the script is getting flipped today. So how about you start off with your questions?
Well, my questions are, a lot of my questions are around how you feel about what's happening here, and if you see some people that are coming back, and how we could fix that. So and related to addiction, like what's happening. I mean, I've read what's happening, but if you feel like it's working, mental health, behavioral health, the services, are people, getting better, or anyway. So questions around that, and I don't know, I've got a list of things over there, but yeah. So and also just want to learn more about you guys and how this. I kind of know how it got started, I guess, but not all the details. So I'd love to learn a little bit more about that.
Well, I think your questions will kind of fit in with some of our conversation. So maybe let's start out with, how in the world did you become First Lady of North Dakota?
That's a good question. I do call myself the accidental First Lady because it was never on my radar. I love that. Yeah, literally, it was never on my radar because we had this life that, we were living, which was fantastic, and, my husband came home one day and said, I'm thinking about running for governor, and I just said, oh my God, I'm like, we have a great life. Why would we do that? But we were doing a lot of philanthropy and giving money, and when we looked at, especially him, when he looked at what the state spends on things like education, criminal justice, all those things, that, and we thought we could maybe make a bigger impact at that level as governor. And so it took a little bit of convincing for me, because I'm a little bit more of an introvert, and that's a pretty public facing thing, and a lot of my drinking was around trying to live in that world of extroverts and live in a world of expectations and blah blah blah. So but we did have one agreement, because a lot of campaigning and all that is related to, there's happy hour, there's this, there's that, and I just said, hey, if I want to leave an event, I'm out, I'm just, and he was like, absolutely, fully support that, and that's really helped. That was really helpful to me. Or if I just didn't want to attend, and I didn't need to. So.
Well, one thing I'm getting there, because it's something like, even being in this unit that we try to let the guys to understand, is that in life you have situations that's going to happen, and you need to be able to recognize when that environment or that situation is not for you. And I'm like, feeling good to know that you at least know that self-awareness, to know like, hey, this is not the right environment for me, and I'm out of here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's a good thing.
Oh boy. Those guys are awesome and amazing, right? It's always hard to watch those things.
But it's one of a kind. It's the only podcast being broadcast in America from behind the walls of a correctional facility. And I'm pretty sure you set another record. You were the top of the leaderboard on that whiteboard in terms of guests that they wanted. But I know that you're the first lady in America who's been interviewed for a podcast with inside of a prison. So, and I think the message that you have, it's not just where it happened, but the message and why it matters is because, as I shared this morning, almost 80% of the people that are incarcerated in North Dakota have a substance abuse disorder on the male side. We've had time in the women's prison when of those that are incarcerated, it's 100%. It's 100%. You know, moms don't leave their kids, moms don't commit property crimes, moms don't get involved in violence unless there's some other thing, and almost 100% of the women in our women's facilities were a victim before they were committed a crime. They went through trauma, they went through abuse, they went through all of these things, and I'm not making excuses, but I'm just saying they had a background that led to self-medication, substance abuse, and then they end up in the criminal justice system because of what happened to them as much as because of what they did. And that's why one of the things that we're doing in North Dakota, we haven't talked about it here, but our DOCR, our Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, emphasis on the R, is doing so much great work. You saw Lacey here, the work that we're doing with medicated assisted treatment, the work we're doing on reentry through Free Through Recovery, the work we're doing with job service to get career and technical training inside so that when people come out, they have an opportunity to have a skill and get a job. We have over 7,000 people. They're not all incarcerated. Some of those are on patrol, but they're in the system in some way or another. And we have 30,000 jobs open in this state. So if you know anybody that's in recovery, that's moving forward, that says, man, I can't get a job, call job service. I'll ask the team. We'll put the number up here on the thing before the end of the day. Our job service group is doing such a great job. They hosted job fairs last year when the legislature was in town at their headquarters near the Capitol. Legislators came over and were meeting with people. And after they got done, then we told them, oh, those were all, quote, felons you were meeting with. They're like, wow, I would have hired any one of them. So it is like we've got to break the stigma around employment and people that are in recovery that have a felony. Because in our state, like across America, when the war on drugs began back in the 1980s, one of the things that people thought, if it was a moral failing, we can just solve this problem by making the consequences more extreme. We will increase the length of the sentences. We will make something that used to be a misdemeanor a felony. And when you have a felony, then we can discriminate on housing and employment and a number of other things. So then what do we end up with? From the time that I was in high school in North Dakota today, we've got at least 35% more crimes that are now felonies that used to be misdemeanors. It used to be the thing that would just be gone and away. Now it's a felony, you're stuck with it your whole life. And so one of the things that we have to do is keep working on the employment side. So anyway, with that, I just want to give a shout out to corrections. They didn't on the schedule today, but the one thing I do want to say, I saw the cool pictures of the state hospital. We are even further along on building a new women's correctional facility. This is going to be the best in the country. The current one that we have in a rented facility in New England lacks the services and lacks the things that we need, because many of the women that we have in our care are also mothers. We've had times of the 120 people in New England at one time 5 of the 120 were also expecting. So we need to have maternal care. We've got to have an opportunity. This new facility is being designed as a secure healthcare facility with the emphasis on healthcare and families first, and it will be a secure facility. It is going to be a corrections and rehabilitation, but it's going to be a place where the kids can come and visit their moms. It's going to be a place where the moms are going to be proud to have their kids come and see them while they're in our care. And I say in our care because when they're in our care, we have an opportunity to be working on the delivery of services. So a complete transformation, that's coming. It's going to be built in Mandan. And again, if there's any legislators here listening, thank you, because this was a big ticket item. I think it was over $150 million for this new facility. But when it's done, when there's going to be an open house, I'd say come and check it out. We have a chance to not just reinvent recovery. Part of reinventing recovery is reinventing how we think about the criminal justice system. It's happening here in North Dakota.
Well, and another very cool thing that's happening is at James River Correctional Center. They have this program they've started, and it's called the Akizny Lodge. And I was able to go there for the grand opening, and it's culturally based Native American treatment while these people are in that location. And it's fantastic, and it's really based on a program that has significantly reduced recidivism in Alaska, and it's funded by a few different people, and F5's a part of it, which is great, but we definitely need more of that kind of thing, specific culturally based treatment, especially Native American, because there's a whole lot that happens during that process, which is amazing and incredible, and so much a part of who you all are. So anyway, it was so great to be there. I was honored to be there. But I have one more thing I want to say, and that is there's a kind of a quiet campaign to get you to go on the podcast next. So I'm just saying, could be some people calling your office, could be some people texting me. So you have to make time for that.
Okay.
Okay.
I would love that. That would actually be a lot of fun.
Okay.
I can go on there and talk to them about you. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Just chat it up.
I don't think so.
Chat it up. But one of the great things we get to do at Recovery Reinvented is an opportunity to lift up local champions, recognize people who are reinventing recovery every day in their communities.
Since 2017, we've celebrated 32 inspiring individuals, organizations, coalitions, and more who are dedicated to ending the stigma of addiction and providing hope for recovery in North Dakota.
And these recovery champions that we've recognized in the past and we're recognizing today embody the mission of Recovery Reinvented. They're focused on ending the shame and stigma of the disease of addiction. They've helped create a statewide culture that embraces recovery through concerted grassroots efforts. And they're change makers on the front lines. They've used their voices, their leadership, they've been in the trenches, and they've been courageous in terms of their actions to help use their stories, use their resources to create meaningful change.
And across North Dakota, individuals, communities, and organizations are working hard to reinvent recovery, eliminating the shame and stigma of addiction and treating it like the disease it is. Today, we will present 3 awards, recognizing a group of extraordinary individuals with the 8th Annual Recovery Champion Awards. Each year, the awards have been inspired and developed by the work of local artists, which creates a deep connection between art and recovery.
The artist who created this year's awards is Ken Amundsen. Ken was born and raised near Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. He joined the Navy after high school and was stationed in Long Beach, California on an aircraft carrier. Following the Navy, he attended college in Long Beach, graduated in 1974 with a bachelor's degree in physical therapy. He practiced physical therapy in several locations, including some great locations like California, Hawaii, and Minnesota. He's always had an interest in the arts and enjoyed making stained glass, photography, and pottery. He was self-taught in pottery after taking one class many years ago. He utilizes both the throwing of clay and the hand building as the primary forming methods, often combining the 2 forms into his art pieces. And the result is we've got these beautiful handcrafted awards, one of a kind, that we're going to be able to give out today to the recovery champions.
Absolutely. Ken shared the following words behind the design of the awards. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be part of such an incredible day celebrating recovery. The awards, which are glazed ceramic platters, include the Recovery Reinvented mantra, Dream, Hope, Act, along with the title of each specific award. Congratulations to this year's award recipients. Thank you so much, Ken, for sharing your work with us.
Our first award for the day is the Zazula Award. In the 1870s, my great-grandmother Linda Slaughter earned the nickname Zazula, the one who helped, from Native Americans. And she served that because her husband was one of the earliest doctors in Dakota Territory. And she wasn't a nurse, but she'd be tagging along with them. And so when he was out serving Native American population, they nicknamed her Zazula, the one who helped. But that was really for her friendly spirit and the fact that she was, again, accompanying her doctor husband across Dakota Territory. Side note, which I haven't added in years past, now there's been more research on what would have been my great-grandfather, but he struggled with alcohol. He had the trauma of having been a Civil War surgeon, and in the end, he and Linda, he ended up going through all kinds of health issues because of his struggle with the disease of addiction. As we say, it touches every family.
That's right. I mean, I think it is pretty amazing and cool that your relatives are some of the first to homestead and live in North Dakota. I just think that's so amazing and cool. Anyway, okay.
I had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I guess you didn't, so anyway. Okay, the Zazula Award recognizes an individual or group who use their skills and knowledge to help others through servant leadership, sharing compassion and empathy, and empowering others to be the best version of themselves.
This year's Zazula Award recognizes a group of leaders for their unwavering dedication and resilience. Over the past few years, they've faced and overcome many challenges to bring a recovery center to life, while always keeping the needs of their tribe, in this case, the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa, at the heart of their mission.
Now that the center is, I think, almost open, I got word about that. The work continues behind the scenes to ensure its success and longevity. And the goal is not only to provide culturally based recovery and healing on the reservation, but also to heal the community as a whole. And they have an incredible chairman, Chairman Jamie Azure. And you know, what he has done with his community and with the work that we've done together since we've been in office is you know, really heartwarming, because you know, I connected with the youth council, which, you know, the chairman had given them the opportunity to create an economic development plan for their community so that they would have more things to do and could help their community become more successful. We gave them an award, the youth council an award, but the Chairman Jamie's support of recovery and the understanding of how important it is to provide services is just another incredible part of his leadership. And so yeah,
Well, and I think, again, with Recovery Reinvented, we've had such a deep and lasting relationship with all the tribes here, of course, whose generations and generations extend way before any homesteaders ever showed up here. Stewards of the land, and of course, Turtle Mountain occupying one of the most beautiful parts of our state. And this award is about opening up a recovery center, but it is, as we say, much more than that, because Jamie and the board of directors, they are the ones who help. They've been working on these issues. They care about their people. They're focused on trying to solve this broad, complex issue of the disease of addiction. And so it's a great honor today to have Chairman with us here today in person, along with some other special guests and the board of directors. But last night I had an opportunity for the first time to meet Chairman Azure's mother, Cindy Olson, who's here. And so I get to find out the real success story behind why he's so cool and why he's been so successful. But then also I got to meet his grandmother, Cleo Olson. And Cleo, we think that you are the oldest attendee ever in 8 years. And don't applaud yet. Let me say, she had 10 children. She had 28 grandchildren. The first of those grandchildren is Chairman Azure. She has 22, 23, it could be, it's happening so fast, who knows, but there's 10 kids, 28 grandchildren, 22 great-grandchildren, hold your applause, and 2 great-great-grandchildren. She's 93 years old, she's gonna be 94 in January. Let's give it up for Cleo. There she is, wow. And so if we could right now, we're going to bring him to the stage. Let's give it up for Chairman Jamie Azure and the Board of Directors from Turtle Mountain.
He's going to bring up who he wants.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Okay, got it. Oh, here, I guess we should give you the award. Yeah. Ta-da!
Well, I didn't expect
this.
this.
Thank you again so much, yes.
Well,
here it is.
Thank you so much.
I can hold it for you while you chat if you want. Oh, we have to take some pictures too, probably at some point.
Wow, what an amazing turnout. It's a little bittersweet of a moment knowing that, you know, things will change after this year. But I had this whole little speech that I wanted to talk about, and to talk about leadership and talk about recovery. But one word that kept coming up in the back was working together. So I will say that I will miss the leadership that was presented by the people on this stage the last 8 years of working with tribes and making sure that we had a seat at the table, if it was for highway patrol, if it was for making sure that our tribes had water, or making sure that we had open doors to recovery. That happened through the administration of Governor Burgum, and for that, as a tribal leader, I will be eternally grateful in this great state of North Dakota. So thank you.
Thank you.
Now, if anybody's ever heard me speak before, they told me I have 5 minutes, and I don't know if that's going to work or not. I'm just kidding. We'll get through this quickly. I know we're running a little.
Can we bring the chairs out for Catherine and I again to sit on? So
yeah. Where are those chairs?
So I'd like to do a little bit of an experiment. So how many of you are from Bismarck, North Dakota? Can you clap? How many of you are from the Turtle Mountains? So as many people as we can get from the Turtle Mountains, I'd like you to stand up and make your way to the stage and come up on the side. And as they're coming up, let's do a little bit of a little experiment also. Now, how many of us in this room have been touched by addiction or recovery in one way or another? Let's give a little round of applause.
Can we go over here?
You notice how it got a little bit louder as we kept bringing people together. It doesn't matter if you're a tribe. It doesn't matter if you're Native American. It doesn't matter what race you are. Addiction knows no boundaries. We're all susceptible.
You want to stand by Jamie?
We are all on our guard.
Yeah. Slide up in there.
And we're all very protective of our people. So the men and women that are coming up here today represent our tribe in the Turtle Mountains. I didn't realize we had so many. And I promise we're going to stick to the 5 minutes here. We have a few more coming through. We'll keep shifting over. Keep shifting over.
Susie. Yeah, I see her down there. Yeah. No, we won't. Yeah, we don't want to do that, do we?
You're the first lady who invited me to come here. I'm like the first lady over here.
Keep coming this way, guys. Keep coming. Come on over.
Way.
You stay in the middle of that so they can get in the picture. That's the thing with it. There you go.
We don't block anybody.
Are we good?
Yay! Wow. Wow.
So this award presented today represents leadership. And I thought hard And I thought long about receiving this because I didn't feel worthy of receiving this award when they called me.
Sorry.
But after I thought about it, I thought sometimes with leadership, you have to make those hard decisions. Sometimes you need to know when to step back, and you need to be able to call the people that deserve these leadership awards to the stand. So if you can all clap your hands as loud as you can, because what is on this stage represents recovery, represents leadership, and most of all, represents strength of a people, because this is recovery, and every clap that you say today wipes away a little more of that stigma. These are fathers, these are mothers, these are children, these are aunties, uncles, and relatives, and I salute each and every one of you because you are the true leaders today. And this award will go into the new Turtle Mountain Recovery Center. When you first open those doors, you will see that award. And let's give a huge round of applause for the people that deserve it. And with that, this is Turtle Mountain Strong right here. I love each and every one of you.
Way to go. That was awesome. Thank you. Thanks for bringing everybody up.
This is so perfect.
Oh, you look good.
Thank you.
So sharp. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, yes.
Can I give you a hug?
Yeah. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Congratulations, everybody. Way to go. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Yes, yeah, thank you.
Is that his logo? It's like the heart?
Yeah, you go. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, we have more here.
Hey, good to see you again. Yes, yeah, thank you. Congratulations, everybody. Well done. Well done. Thanks for being here today. Congratulations. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you bet. Thank you. Congratulations. Congrats, thank you. Thanks for being here. Congrats. Congratulations, thank you, thank you. Thanks for being here. Way to go. Congrats, yeah, thank you. Congrats. Thank you. Thanks for being here. There you go. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Way to jump in and help out with that.
You did it.
I fell off, but I'm only a week this week.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Congratulations.
Good.
Yes. Yeah. Hey. Congratulations. Good to see you.
Your biggest fan would like a photo with it.
Yeah. No.
Oh.
Hold it.
Yay. Okay. Woohoo! Oh, you're welcome. Good on Thank you. Wow.
Oh, congratulations, Jamie. Congratulations, Turtle Mountain. And now we know why he's been so successful as a leader, because we know why. We got two generations out of five, or 3 generations out of 5 right here today. But again, Mom, Grandma, Cindy, Cleo, congratulations. Your grandson's doing well. He's been honored in the past. We've worked with him before, but he's also, I see that I saw him come in here after lunch, and if he was here this morning, I missed him, but I do want to give a shout out. But we've had such a great working relationship with the Mandan, Hidatsa, Rikra, MHA, the 3 affiliated tribes, the tribe with three tribes with 3 different names. But anyway, with Chairman Fox, we've had a fantastic and good road recovery. We've been up there for many events with you. You continue to make investments in recovery, but if you and your team could stand too, just let's give a shout out. Thank you, Chairman Fox, for everything you're doing. Let's have MHA. You guys keep standing. If you're with MHA, stand up today. Let's see who's here from MHA. Who's here from MHA?
Everybody,
all right.
Woo!
Great to have you all here. Our second award for the day is the Phoenix Award.
Famous for rising from the ashes to be born again, the Phoenix is a testament to second chance opportunities and renewal. The Phoenix Award recognizes a leader or organization who demonstrates the spirit of a phoenix in providing opportunity where opportunity is not readily found.
This year's 2024 Recovery Reinvented Phoenix Award recognizes an individual who has turned his own struggle into a beacon of hope for others. As a person in long-term recovery, he's devoted his life to helping those lost in addiction to find their way. Through his hard work at Providence House and Endeavor Sober Living, this individual offers a safe and supportive place for people to rebuild their lives with dignity and purpose.
The Phoenix Award, this Phoenix Award's recipient's journey from addiction to recovery is a true embodiment of the Phoenix rising. He doesn't just provide a place to live, he offers real love, guidance, and hope. For him, recovery is a mission. He walks alongside each person in his care, attending meetings, learning their stories, and building trust. His passion and dedication give countless people the strength to reclaim their lives and reunite with their families.
He's making a huge impact in northwestern North Dakota with the facilities they've opened for both men and women. The number of people they're serving continues to grow. Their impact continues to multiply. Please join us in congratulating the 2024 Recovery Reinvented Phoenix Award recipient, none other than the founder and owner of Providence House, Jonathan Lane.
This part. Thank you guys very much. This means the world to me. I want to talk a little bit about gratitude. I'm grateful for my higher power giving me the gift of desperation to where I saw that I don't have to live my life like that, and I can do something about it. I want to thank my wife for never giving up on me, even at the worst. Always sticking by my side, believing in me. The Providence and Endeavor Sober Living teams, the late nights, the weekends, the holidays, your guys' dedication and persistence and making this dream come true and being there for everybody. None of this would be possible without my teams. I am more than grateful for that. North Dakota Behavioral Health, you guys have been amazing. You guys are inviting, you guys are welcoming. You guys helped us get through the hurdles and get these things open and to be there, to be a light in Western North Dakota and to do something with this. Governor, First Lady, thank you guys so much for being the light and carrying the torch and lighting this path and letting us know it's okay to not be okay. And letting us know that it's okay to get rid of the stigma. I'm grateful for you guys. This is where I met you guys, and hopefully this isn't the last time I see you guys. So that's all I got. Thank you guys so much.
I want to. Well, we've got Jonathan here. I want to just add, people need to know about what you're doing, and I think just 60 seconds. Give us a commercial. How many people are you serving? And tell us a little bit about the new model you have for women with children, where you can get them into a program. I think it's unique to North Dakota. It's cutting edge. You're doing fantastic work, and just share this with everybody, because maybe somebody here knows somebody that needs to be taking you up on the great services you're building.
Thanks, Governor. We broke ground Monday, so we're getting the building built. So when mom needs treatment, mom can give us a call. Mom can come in. Mom goes this way. Kids go that way. They come together at lunch. They have lunch together. And mom goes back to programming. The kids will be able to go to daycare, preschool, whatever we got going on. And then they'll come together at night. We'll have 24-hour daycare staff and our regular 24-hour support staff. and Mom will have a safe place to recover. I think the best part of the whole deal is our program's not a little 30-day magic wand treatment. Our program's long-term. And so we have sober living houses going through Endeavor Sober Living. We bought an apartment complex, and we've been looking at getting another house in Minot for women. So we'll have a place for the kids to play and recover and have their own setup. So a little return to normalcy and kind of get them set up to moving forward and living this new life, this new direction.
And last question, how many people are you serving today, and how many will you be able to serve when the new facility comes online?
We still have the 16 beds, but currently in our whole entire program, from detox down to outpatient, we have 76 people. 78 too came today, so we're very grateful for you too. So I just want to say too, if you guys need us, and there's anything we can do to help you, like we're on Facebook, we're on the website, we have business cards and pamphlets and everything. Like, we love you guys. Somebody did this for me one day. 3 of them are right here in this audience today, and without you guys, I wouldn't be where I'm at today too. I love you guys, and I will do whatever I can to help you, and I will do whatever it takes. Please call us. Don't live out there in this thing. If you're new and you're struggling, I was there too. I know what that's like, and together we can do this thing. Together we don't have to be silent. Together we don't have to hold on to this. We can do this, I promise you.
Let's get one shot with this. Thank you.
Every year at Recovery Reinvented, I don't need to use this, I don't think. Okay. Nope. We have distributed challenge coins that you can take home with you, keep in your pocket, and serve as a reminder of the importance of all of us using using all our voices to stomp out stigma. Many of you have passed these coins on to friends and family members who have needed extra support or who have shown the courage to use their voice to help eliminate stigma in North Dakota. When you leave today, we'll have people at the doors with these challenge coins again. So please make sure you grab one on your way out. Yep.
And then I want to make sure I'm looking backstage. Jonathan, you coming up here to send us off again for the little thing? Yep. Let's give it up for Jonathan Holt again. Here he goes.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break. Before we do that, we're gonna have another great sponsor video from one of our great sponsors, Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Dakota. So please watch that video, and then after that video ends, we're gonna take like a 5-minute break. So everybody can 8-minute break, 10-minute break. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. So we'll watch the video. Remember to grab Narcan, check out the expo, and we are coming back here in 10 minutes sharp. We have more incredible content that you won't want to miss. So let's check out the video. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amber Blomberg, Community Engagement Director at Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Dakota. And today we're so proud to be a sponsor of Recovery Reinvented and all they do to address the disease of addiction in North Dakota. We are so lucky to have Dr. Harari, a medical officer at Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Dakota, share some further insight.
The co-occurrence of substance use disorders and mental health conditions impacts over 8.4 million adults in this country. Only 10% or less of individuals with substance use disorders receive the necessary treatment. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Dakota, we are committed to ending the shame and stigma surrounding addiction and to improving the lives of everyone experiencing issues with substance use. Here's how you and everyone around you can help contribute. Educate your community about the signs of substance use disorders and the importance of seeking help. Support prevention efforts. Engage with local organizations, such as the fabulous Recovery Reinvented, focused on awareness, prevention, and recovery. Promote healthy choices. Encourage discussions about mental health and healthy coping mechanisms, such as exercise and mindfulness. Together, we can create a supportive environment to help those experiencing substance use challenges.
We're so grateful for the team at Recovery Reinvented for creating an open space to talk about behavioral health and collaborating for a healthier North Dakota.
All right. Okay, if you're in the expo area, it's time to come back. We've got incredible content. I'm really excited for the next segment here. So we need everybody to come back and take your seats again. We've got, as you can see, we've got something special lined up next. We've got another incredible keynote yet. We've got more awards. So if everybody could please grab your seats and we'll get started again. So let's get some energy in the room here as I welcome the Governor and First Lady back to the stage. There we go.
All right. Well, we're honored to welcome a very special performance that celebrates the rich heritage and powerful traditions of Native American culture. Thank you to the talented Indigenous education dancers from Bismarck Public Schools who'll be sharing a dance filled with spirit, history, and unity. Leading the song for us today is Tristan Baker of the Mandan, Hidatsa, and Arikara Nations. Joining him in this celebration of culture and community are our incredible dancers. From Bismarck High School, we have Delori and Violet Ridgebear, Alyssa Hawkins, Donna McKay, and Kalia Eagle. From South Central High School, from South Central High School, we have May Thompson. From McLaughlin, Caden Flying Horse. Trooper and Berkeley Chasky from Wachter and Wilmore Schools, and Serenity Standish from Simley.
What a crew. They're backstage, they're ready to go. We got this amazing drum circle. We got amazing dancers. This is going to be a fantastic way to kick off the last segment for today. Let's give them a warm Recovery Reinvented welcome. Here they are.
Woohoo! Come on out.
good.
All right, what about, oh my gosh, weren't they fantastic? Oh, all of them, the dancers, the drummers, amazing. So my favorite part of Recovery Reinvented is celebrating recovery in all shapes, forms, and time. Recovery Reinvented is an opportunity to share in dialogue, to learn and grow, but it's also an opportunity to celebrate recovery of all days, months, and years. The important thing is that no matter where you are in your recovery journey, it's something to be celebrated. So we are excited to hold our annual Recovery Countdown to celebrate recovery in all of its times.
So with that, is everybody in the room that's in recovery here, and if those who can't hear us, maybe there's a way for people who are in recovery outside of the rooms to come in, because this is a moment where we get to honor every single person who, one, has a desire to want to be sober and enter recovery. I think we'll have a moment for that. And we're also going to ask for a moment for somebody who has 1 day, 2 days, a week, a month, and so on and so forth. So if everybody who's outside the room maybe can hear us and wants to come in and participate in this moment where you honor yourself being in a moment in time in recovery.
Last year, we applauded all recovery from 1 day to 48 years. For some people in attendance, they shared it was their first time publicly standing up for their recovery. It was an empowering demonstration that we are all together in supporting one another's recovery. So with so many new faces in the crowd today, this is how it will work. You want to describe it, or should I?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So we're going to ask everyone who's in recovery if they're comfortable to stand, and then we're going to call out different lengths of time, and when we do that, you can sit down. And the people that are left standing are the people that will have the longest time in recovery. So right now, I'd like to ask you all to stand if you're in recovery and you're comfortable. That would be fantastic.
If you have a desire to want to be sober as well.
So let's recognize everyone who's in recovery for 24 hours, and we're going to clap for you, and then you can sit down. So thank you. Fantastic.
And so it's, the next is what, Catherine? What does it say?
Well,
for everyone with 1 year?
Yes, we're going to go to 1 year. So if everyone who has 1 year, you can go ahead and sit down, and
we'll clap.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Go for it.
Everyone with 5 years, congratulations, and you can go ahead and sit down.
Okay. Next with 10 years, and everyone with 10 years, you can go ahead and have a seat, but we're clapping while you sit down for those 10 years.
All right, we've still got quite a few standing. So everyone with 15 years or less, congratulations, and you can go ahead and sit down.
We are going to continue the recovery excitement. For those who have 20 years, we're going to clap while you sit down and see who's left standing.
Congratulations to those of you with 25 years or less of recovery. You could go ahead and sit down.
Wow, we're getting up there. We're going to do a big jump and congratulate those for 35 years or less. Sit down. Wow. Oh, wow, look at this. This is exciting.
Okay.
We have 1,
How many do we
2,
have?
3, 4. Go, Catherine.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so there's 4 of us, is that right?
There's 4 left. Yep. Amazing. Okay. Oh, 5. Oh, I love it. I love it.
Can you guys go ahead and turn the music down a little bit? Because we're gonna ask them to tell us how many years they have, if they feel comfortable. So we'll just start on this side of the room.
How many years do you have? Say it loud. Yes.
All right. Woo! Congratulations.
I think right here, right in the middle.
Okay, and you, sir?
45 years. Thank you. Wow. I think we have 2 more over here. 3 more. 3 more. The gentleman in the back in the black shirt.
Yes.
37 and a half.
Woo! Woo! Congratulations. Wow.
And this fine young woman over here. Wow,
Yeah.
37 years.
Woo! Wow. Wow. Okay, did we miss anybody? Oh, hit. All right. Woohoo! Anyone else? Oh my gosh. Well, incredible. Wow. You know, I mean, from 24 hours to, what was the highest number?
45.
45?
Was it 45
Is that right?
over here? Right?
Okay.
Yeah,
Hey.
there they are, right there.
Hey, wow, congratulations, and you know, what a incredible...
Hundreds of years of recovery we get to learn from each other. So find those old timers and interview them before you leave tonight.
Yes, congratulations, everyone. Woohoo! Yay!
Thank you. All right, perfect. So.
And thank you, Natasha.
Yes, thank you, Natasha.
Wait, you're not my husband.
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I'm not. Curveball.
Is that my cue to go sit down?
So one of the things you know about being First Lady is everybody wants to take a picture with you. So that's happening right now. So
Okay.
you're going to go get your picture taken
All
right
right.
here, and I'm maybe going to dance on stage to keep some time while before we transition. So again, we've got more great content coming. This is going to be the fastest picture session you've ever seen, and then we'll get the Governor and First Lady back on stage here. I just want to say the Recovery Countdown for me is always one of the most inspirational points of the day as well. As a person with 16 years in recovery, I look at those people with, thank you, yes. I remember when I was at this event and I had 8 years in recovery, and I look at you people now that have 40 and 50 years, and I'm in awe. So thank you for being willing to be vulnerable and stand up and share your recovery loud and proud. Let's give another round of applause for our performers too while we're at it here that are getting their picture taken. We've talked about the importance of connecting the arts and recovery in many different forms with our awards earlier. We've had a number of incredible performances throughout the years at Recovery Reinvented, and today is no exception to that. So incredible performance, and thank you again for being here with us today to share your talents. Okay. All right, I think I filled the time during the photo session. And we'll get the Governor and First Lady back up here slowly enough. Don't trip. We don't need... Okay, perfect. You guys are up.
We've got one more amazing award to give out. And the third and final award for today is the Trailblazer Award.
The third... Oh, wait, you already said that. The Trailblazer Award recognizes an individual or group who creatively opens new pathways for people to be supported in their recovery, thinks outside the box, and charts a course that inspires others to follow.
This year's Trailblazer recipient has been a true champion and advocate in the field of behavioral health in North Dakota. As the policy director for the North Dakota Behavioral Health Division, this individual has led the way in shaping state policies that prioritize effective, accessible, and sustainable services for those with a disease of addiction.
This Trailblazers leadership has not only been instrumental in creating prevention campaigns, but also in achieving real results. Under her guidance, the state has seen impressive outcomes, including a 35% reduction in alcohol use among high school students over the past 2 decades. Additionally, this person has played a critical role in shaping this event, Recovery Reinvented, from day one. And we're so grateful for her leadership, her hard work and dedication to improving the lives of people all across our state.
And this individual, you haven't seen her on stage in 8 years because she's usually in the back at the control booth with their hands on a computer or working on a program. It's someone that you all need to know because this behind-the-scenes person has been so effective in driving everything forward, all the program that you've heard about. And so again, please help me congratulate the incredible 2024 Recovery Reinvented Trailblazer Award recipient, none other than Laura Anderson. Laura. I think we were actually successful based on the look that we kept this a secret.
Yeah, we did.
She didn't. She was back there in the back, right?
Yep.
Not expecting this. Not expecting this. But even with that, here, I'll hold this, and we'd love to have a few words. But again, take a breath. Congratulations. I just want to say it's impossible to keep a secret from the person that's got control of the whole schedule, but we managed to do it. So.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I am really, truly humbled to be standing here, especially among so many people who deserve this. I am just one small piece of a awesome, inspiring, committed team. Our behavioral health team, I couldn't be here without them and their support and guidance, and I am just so proud to be a small part of this great work and this movement, and thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Yay! Woohoo! We'll get a photo. Yay!
Forward, there you go.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Okay, we've got another fantastic keynote coming up, and this individual has got an incredible story. It's another inspiring story of turning tragedy into and moving through the phase of grief to action and serving others and serving communities. But Gregory Tetro's life took a turn in 2019 when his sister Jenna passed away from an overdose after battling addiction for 6 years. Seeing the gaps in substance use treatment firsthand, Gregory and his family founded Jenna's Promise, a grassroots movement aimed at changing how we approach addiction recovery. Their innovative village model not only supports individuals in recovery, but also revitalized a rural Vermont community where their campus is located. And I just want to add that part of the reason why we think this story is so powerful, it's not just the powerful of loss and then turning that around, but when we think about the small communities across North Dakota that are devastated when they lose someone in their community, this is a model for how a community could respond. And I hope that from today, that this is a seed where others may see what's possible when you again have a small group of committed, in this case, family members, sister, father, others that are involved in this thing that are making it work.
Wife, yes.
Yes.
And what's really impressive as well is that we were in New Hampshire and we were at this event, and Gregory came up to us and introduced himself and his wife also, and said, "Oh, I live in Vermont, but I drove 3 hours to come over and see you and meet you." And I was just like, that just blew me away. And then I heard his story, and then I heard what they were doing, and I just thought, our communities in North Dakota need to know about what this incredible family is doing. So Gregory is co-founder and a co-executive director, and he's very passionate about shaping state policies on addiction and breaking the stigma surrounding substance use disorder. Driven from personal experience, he works with a dedicated team to ensure others don't face the same struggles, making positive change in the community and beyond. So please help us give a warm welcome to Gregory to the stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, hi, everybody. It's nice to see you. So yeah, I'm Gregory, and I took a little road trip from Vermont to come on over here, and yeah, I'm truly honored to be here, and part of the reason why I'm so honored and I feel so humbled to be out on this stage is because of the incredible work that everybody in this state is doing. Before traveling out here, I spoke with a mentor about this feeling of feeling a little nervous, a little humbled, a little, maybe a little bit unworthy even to be out on this stage with so many incredible people doing work here. And my mentor told me, he said, if you feel honored, it's because you recognize the great work of the people here at Recovery Reinvented. People like Catherine and Doug Burgum, who've made a difference for all of us in the work of recovery nationally. People like Raina, who helped to organize today and continually connected in the days leading up to today. And people like Jonathan Holth, who is a true visionary and a truer friend. And people like all of you, like I said, dedicating your time to this vital mission. So yes, it is an honor to be standing here. For my small part today, I want to talk about the power of promise, the power of hope, and how one ripple can reach far beyond its origin. So let me do something a little different and tell you about someone named Jenna. Jenna, for all intents and purposes, she grew up in what we would call a normal household. She had lots of friends, she loved to ride horses and to swim. She was successful in school. By accounts of her friends and family, she had the world in front of her. That changed when she was prescribed prescription pain medication, which started her on a 6-year struggle of increasing addiction. She cycled through treatment centers all across the country. She joined groups and yet slid ever under the spell of substance use disorder. I know this is a familiar story to many of you sitting here and watching online today. She wanted so badly to get better. And for a while, she was on a better path. She ended up finding a place that really worked for her. And when she was there, she said something to her mom in a phone conversation then. In a moment of determination and vision, she knew what she was going to do. And so she made a promise, something that would one day change our state. Mom, she said, when I get out of here, me and you are going to help people. It was her call to action for herself and for others to join. My little sister was 26 years old when she died of an overdose. She tried so hard to realize the dream of helping others, like her, to see the light of that person and what good they could do fade forever. The world seemed a darker place. But death does set forth many things despite its purported finality. Funerals had to be set, and my wife, Amy, and I had to help write an obituary. The words failed us at first. And then we remembered how Jenna wanted to help others like her. And though she was gone, her life and her journey and her dream nudged us. We decided to take the leap and be open about her struggles with addiction. And it nudged us into the words. We wrote about why she died. We wrote a message to those who struggled, and we offered hope as she would have done. And that nudge we felt, that was part of the obituary too. I know we've mentioned a couple times today about ripples going onward. We put that in the obituary as well. We wrote that, quote, Jenna's journey was like a rock thrown into a lake, sending ripples ever outward into the future. The obituary was a moment for us, a ripple, a nudge that changed the direction of our family's lives. As that memorial made waves across the state, we saw the untapped desire and the unmet need out there for hope. It wasn't long before people started coming up to us, first at the funeral and then in the weeks that followed, and they began to share their stories to us as well. One after another, we heard it. My brother is struggling, my cousin, my friend, my daughter. That moment confirmed to us that the crisis was far bigger than just Jenna. It was woven into the lives of so many people who had been living in silence, looking for answers, looking for hope. And something beautiful happened. Our community banded together, not just to comfort us, but to share their own pain and to support an effort to help take action. You know, when I was younger, I came across a passage in a book that stuck with me all through these years. It's where a student and a mentor were talking about some large, overwhelming problem. And the student is talking about how it's been going on for ages and we don't have very good answers, he begins. But the mentor cuts him off. You'll never have an answer, she says, but you can be an answer. For us, friends, neighbors, even strangers rallied around us in the days following Jenna's death. It wasn't just about one family's grief anymore. It was about all of us coming together in the face of a much larger crisis. We banded together in our shared vulnerability, and in doing so, we've started to bind the wounds that we all carry. That phrase, banding and binding, is something that I've been thinking about a lot lately. It's what we did in my community after Jenna's death, and it's something I know happens in your towns, in your groups, with your people as well. Together, we band together, and through that shared vulnerability, we help each other heal. Our community supported our family and helped turn that shared pain into collective action. This is the story of Jenna's promise. So, Jenna's promise, we came up with that name basically because we felt that we wanted to create a recovery village model, essentially. And the idea was that it was based on this community support. So we call ourselves a recovery village model, and we're located in northern Vermont. It's a small town of about 3,500. And so the name, this organization, was based off of that quote, that promise that Jenna made. And it feels right for the family and then a growing group of people to be able to take that on. So in the middle is Jenna. Surrounded by Jenna is my wife, Amy, on the right side, my father, Greg, my mother, Dawn, my son, Eisen, and myself. You know, it was the family that began this journey, but it would end up a movement with a team of absolutely amazing professionals and the support of our community. But we began this chapter at an old abandoned Catholic church up on a hill in Johnson. Jenna and I grew up in Johnson. We were altar servers at the church, and my father and I would shovel the steps in the winter, and the big long ramp, and the other steps. And as a kid, I didn't love it. When Jenna died, it was just before President's Day weekend in 2019. There were no open spaces for us to hold her funeral reception, none except that old church. It was a beautiful reception, and as my parents walked out, they saw the asking price for the building, and it almost exactly matched Jenna's life insurance money. We now call the building Jenna's house, and it's a community center for the area. And I'm back to shoveling the steps, by the way, too. Jenna's house opened its doors in August of 2021. Hundreds of people showed up that day. And hundreds continue through the year. We host big movie nights and holiday events, and we host more intimate family meetings, recovery meetings, meditation, yoga. Community groups rent the space out too. As our rural areas have been hollowed out and are fading at an alarming rate in this country, it means so much that Jenna's house has been called, quote, the new heart of Johnson. And as we gather at these different events, they're open to everybody. One person next to you might be in recovery, the other might not be, but we are all together at this gathering. And just by that simple act, we start to break down the stigma that people hold for people with substance use disorder. Johann Hari once said that the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, it's connection. And that's what we're working to build at Jenna's House. And not only for people in recovery that we serve, it's for the community too. It's a means of stitching ourselves and our towns back together. We hit this theme with our policy and political work across the state. We bring people in, no matter what party, no matter what political persuasion, in for tours of our model that I'm about to show you. We give them space to host community conversations with people in our recovery program and with the neighborhood. And it works. They become more educated on the topic and more active in the work of recovery. But this is just one piece of what we're endeavoring to do. We're also trying to fundamentally shift the paradigm of recovery in our state. Too often, people leave treatment, and in Vermont, it isn't the usual standard of 30 days, it's 14. They leave treatment and return to the place they're living, they return to their friends, they return to their economic struggles, they have no safe place to stay, no support to fill in the gaps of their skills, often without any IDs to get a job, often in an unhealthy and dangerous situation. And then there are people out there collectively who act shocked when people return to use. Some studies show that as many as 70, 80, even 90% of people with opioid use disorder return to use within a year. Many of them, a plurality of them, within a week or two after leaving treatment, when they're most vulnerable. Our village model is the result of seeing the same phenomenon with Jenna through our lives and with many others, and we aim to fill in the gaps of the current and struggling national model with ideas that we hope could be replicated by others. We bring residents in directly from treatment, and we wrap them up. Then this incredible team, seeing the cracks that are in these systems and during these vulnerable times, this incredible team I get to work with, they act as a cast. It gives them space, it gives them time, it gives them support to heal. We call it a phased roadway that helps residents of this program develop themselves toward a position of strength and independence. This isn't only about, are you sober? It's about, are you strengthening your abilities, identifying your skill gaps, and then trying to help bridge them. We have 3 phases in our roadway, and as residents meet the requirements for each phase, they can move on to the next. Our roadway is held up by 4 pillars that you can see here. We have a program-based residential program. We have a clinical program, a health and wellness program, and a workforce development program. They transition from strong supports in the early days, where their schedule mapped out by case managers, their days filled with programming, to more independence and more ability to mold the model to fit their needs. Once a resident meets the phase requirements of each pillar, then everyone comes together and they can graduate to that next phase. The original pillar is our program-based recovery housing. And it's the most intensive of the program because it's engaging residents closely from dusk to dawn. We've adapted this system to emphasize behavioral health, with staff trained similarly to those in behavior intervention settings. Case managers meet weekly with residents for check-ins and guiding them along this phased roadways. They coordinate doctor's appointments, manage medications, help with transportation. And our extraordinary peer support team provides the essential hands-on support, the unique element that breathes life into this part of the program. And it's all led by the vision of our recovery residence director, who has run behavioral programs for years. And she meets with them one-on-one to build coping and replacement skills as well. We currently have 3 recovery residences that start highly structured and then move toward echoing completely independent living. And these buildings were once abandoned in our town, and we brought them back to life. The next pillar is clinical. While offering weekly check-ins and psychological supports, the keystone of this pillar is a DBT-paced intensive outpatient program. This IOP takes place during the first 12 or so weeks of people's time during the program, taking the first half of the day for early phase residences. The impact of IOP has been a game changer, and it makes sense because, as many of you know, just not using isn't the answer. We must instead look to address the root causes of substance use, and this is why our IOP is trauma-based too. Our health and wellness program is a 3rd pillar of our model and our newest addition. Health and wellness have become essential to Jenna's Promise Recovery Village, offering some of our most paradigm-shifting work. After all, how can someone focus on recovery if they don't feel well? Good nutrition, sufficient sleep, physical activity are all critical. When people come to us fresh from treatment, They're often biologically unstable and have spent months or even years more focused on substance use rather than the healthy habits and self-care. Here we guide residents in nutrition, in gym familiarity, yoga, meditation, setting healthy boundaries, and discovering a personalized wellness path. We've launched an integrated wellness continuum where it's an extension of our IOP. They meet daily with our program manager, and they help to replace unhealthy habits formed during active use with skills that support lasting wellness. Our last pillar is our workforce development program. In the early days of joining a recovery village, residents are facing inward, and that's necessary. They're focused on stabilizing their bodies, their brains, and their new lives. But even then, our workforce development program manager is there, setting the stage for that future day when they begin to turn outward and look toward the future about what they want to be. This isn't news to anyone here, but I want to emphasize just how high the barriers can be for people starting fresh and looking for work. Most of our residents lack the ID needed to complete the legal paperwork for a job. They often have large gaps in their resumes, an immediate red flag for any HR department. Many don't even have a resume or even know how to approach an interview. Our program manager removes all these barriers. The other thing they deal with is stigma. My family often tells a story of my sister interviewing for a job when she was newly in recovery. She told our mother afterward that she nailed the interview, but as she left, she overheard them say, "We'll never hire her. She's a druggie." Well, as my father likes to say, we will hire them at our social enterprises, and we will give them a safe place to work, free from that shame and that bigotry. The first social enterprise that they join is JP's Promising Goods. It's intentionally low-key and functions as a laboratory for residents to work the muscles of retail and get job experience under their belt. They leave JP's under our other social enterprises or outside work. It's important to note that JP's plays a role beyond just the resident-facing one. A big piece of it is it offers highly discounted goods to an economically disadvantaged county, and it thrives off the human interaction between the public and our residents, helping with the sense of community for our town and a sense of connection for those in our program. Jenna's Coffee House is a true partnership. We bought an abandoned cafe in town, and we brought it back to life with the support of a community block grant. We now rent the space to a wonderful bakery called Two Sons, which agrees to hire qualified residents. This collaboration is what created this cafe as a fully functioning business. Both program participants and locals work here with real accountability. They can be promoted or let go based on performance. Together, they offer a welcoming space and add vibrancy to our town by serving baked goods and coffee, an experience that had been lost in Johnston for years. All the while, our residents are gaining valuable job skills. The last of our social enterprises is Jenna's Promise Roasting Company. We roast high-quality specialty coffee on site. Residents can also utilize this for workforce development. We are also proud to say that Jenna's Promise is the official coffee for Vermont rest areas, which sees millions of people walk through their doors. And every time they grab coffee, they're learning about the importance of recovery, the importance of substance use disorder, and learning Jenna's story. In some ways, it functions in the vein of Newman's Own, serving a cause and a mission. It's where the message of Jenna's Promise and the crisis of substance use is out on store shelves across Vermont. Not only do we work on roasting the best coffee from around the world, we build awareness and outreach. So head on over to jennaspromiseroasting.com and buy a lot of it. The key to this is all of our social enterprises are working to help people with a larger understanding of the disease of addiction. And basically, our programming is going to work with all aspects and pillars of the program, too. But further, it breaks down the stigma of addiction. Instead of druggies or those people, instead, I'm reminded of a quote that I once heard Chris Christie say, where he says, "It's hard to hate up close." It is hard to hate up close when a smiling young woman who worked her way up to management hands you a steaming cappuccino with a smile. It matters not that she was once struggling with addiction in those small moments. She's just like any of us. And it's the small moments that push the lines of our cause, of this cause here today, stigma reduction, forward. Because when we stare directly at it, we see this stigma can be a brittle thing. Conversation helps strip it of its power. All of these social enterprises, especially the roasting company, cycle profits back into the program. The goal here is to try to attain more and more self-sufficiency. If we truly believe that this is something that can be replicated, then self-sufficiency is key. But it's what it does for our rural community that's really important to me. As we've said, and as the governor has said, rural areas are being hollowed out in our country. Jenna's Promise has, across town, reinvigorated 6 abandoned buildings and brought something needed to our town. A cafe on Main Street, a surplus goods store, a roastery, plus a community center and recovery housing. People are stopping in town again, not driving through. We are not just in the business of addiction recovery, but recovery for our struggling communities too. And I think that's some of the secret of how we've escaped some of the NIMBYism that I'm sure so many people are familiar with in the recovery world. Instead of fear, our communities are getting something out of this too, and they feel like they're part of a larger mission. For our residents, the pillars of program-based residency, clinical health and wellness, workforce development, they all come together to guide them through the phases of our program. In the end, the goal is for residents to return to living independently in a community of their choosing. But oftentimes they stay in town. They found a job, they found a home, and they found a group of people in this town that support them, a sense of connection with others who call Johnson home. No matter their path, we aim to help give them an on-ramp back onto the highway of life. Because too often, the road to long-term recovery can be long and difficult and lonely. I saw it with Jenna. Our family did. But while it's still early days, we believe our village model is demonstrating strong potential as an innovative approach to recovery. Over the past couple of years, we've seen encouraging results that suggest our comprehensive approach could offer some lasting success beyond the standard return to use rates. People leave with jobs, they leave reunited with their kids, fully independent and in strong and stable recovery. Again, it's not just about the I'm sober today, it's about so much more about building skills and networks and experience alongside not using as well. And they take all of that together and they use it as they take their next steps into another world. So we believe we've stumbled upon something special in little old Johnson, Vermont, and something that the governor has said many times that I've really admired is he said that he really thinks that it's important to note that big things can happen in small towns. And we believe that we've seen something special here. And I hope that Jenna, if she were here, would be proud to see the legacy of her ripples and what they brought into our little town in Johnson. But nationally, I get it. Things are still bleak. I feel like in our place in Vermont, we're constantly walking the knife's edge between heartbreak and hope, and despair can creep into any of us. At our community center, we have a memorial wall, a tribute to those who have lost their lives to substance use. It began as a simple memorial, but it's grown beyond our vision. That wall should not have filled up so quickly, and yet photos continue to come in. Another man in his 20s, another handwritten note saying, "This is a picture of my son." The sheer number of photos has forced us to layer them, stacking them closely together, becoming a wall unto themselves, frame by frame and brick by brick, a towering monument to lost. And that's just one town in rural Vermont. Overdose deaths are overwhelming our country. As Jonathan Holt likes to say, and the governor mentioned today too, it's the equivalent of a 747 plane going down every single day. If these were actual 747s, you know we would stop all flights across the country, as was said earlier, until we could figure out what was going on. But despite all those overdose deaths, we continue as a society just to go on with our day. And the overdose crisis remains an asterisk in our national conversation. Silence is the fuel in the engine of this epidemic. I've been asked before, is it too much to have hope in these dark times? Is it naive to hold on to a promise? And yeah, I get it. I see why people might be concerned. Easier to accept that the world we live in today is one that should ignore the currency of promises. Like cast aside pennies we walk over in the street. Wouldn't that just make the world simpler? If we could just inject enough cynicism into the world, maybe we would just be able to live our lives without the thought of being let down. I can't accept that, and no one should, that world or that view, because if something is absent of promise, it is absent of hope. I have a friend who's fond of saying, hope stands for hold on, possibilities exist. Without promise, we look backwards, focusing on the what-ifs, and it centers on the void of loss. Promises, though, are inherently future-oriented. Mom, when I get out of here, we're going to help people. That was something Jenna held on to in her last days. It was something that propelled her forward, that pulled her in a better direction. And while Jenna is gone, her promise remains, propelling us all forward, pulling our community in this crisis in a more hopeful direction. So, a promise is a ripple. Catherine Burgham's words during the presidential announcement of Governor Burgham inspired my wife Amy and I. We hopped in the car, as was mentioned, with 2 kids and drove 3 hours to meet her and the governor. The small ripple of a speech connected Jenna's promise with the out-of-the-box thinking and leadership at Recovery Reinvented and the people of North Dakota. Connections are the current that can help end this crisis and make waves of change happen. Because waves, like waves of an addiction crisis, can cause immense pain and devastation. But waves, ripples, they can also cleanse. They can stir things up, and they can introduce new currents into stagnant water. Waves can change people too. It can wash them away, or it can propel them forward in ways they may not have ever expected, going further than they could on their own. I'm here speaking to a room of professionals and change makers because I want to help carry on my sister's legacy. And that has given me the courage I would never have had the strength to do otherwise. So, in looking at the groundbreaking work of Recovery Reinvented, at the work that we're doing in Johnson, I think promise is also a compass too. It can guide us to our destination, leading us toward a new and superior way. That doesn't mean that the way forward is always clear. That doesn't mean that the struggle isn't worth it. I myself have fought a really tough chronic illness for nearly 12 years. I was so sick at times, I thought I was going to die. There was no clear path forward for me. There was no compass to show me another way. The structure of care, the paradigm that was in use for people like me, it didn't work. For me, like so many others struggling to get better, there was no promises of a better future. I felt abandoned by the institutions who I were told to save me. The life I live now isn't perfect, but I view each day as a gift after the dark, anguished specters of the past. Similarly, we had no compass with Jenna. I can remember the family wondering and saying, what should we do? In the end, I learned something, that sometimes the system, the paradigm, is inadequate to meet the moment. Sometimes there is no clear path forward, and that old road that you've been told to go down leads to nothing but discouragement. So many of you have experienced this too. Remember when prescription pills weren't addictive? Or if treatment doesn't work, it's your fault? But within that husk of frustration, I think there are seeds of hope. Many of us have emerged from our struggles realizing that you can never let someone hold you back because they say something hasn't been done before. That you have to go down one of those older, more well-trodden, yet ultimately lacking paths. Well, sometimes the old ways need to be challenged to bring forth the promise of forging a new and better way. To shift a paradigm, to try something new can be scary. There's something heady about experimentation, about daring to challenge the way things are. But here's the secret about those old ways of thinking. They too were once unexplored, waiting to be blazed by a brave pathfinder. They once shifted the paradigm. And if you think about it like that, then the way forward isn't so scary anymore. There's a line from this movie called Poor Things that says, "It is the only way it is until we discover the new way it is. And then that is the only way it is until we discover the new way it is. And so it goes until the world is no longer flat and electricity lights the night." can help you realize that instead of being stuck with black and white thinking and choices, there's always another means to get to where you need to go. There's always another choice. There is the promise of bringing forth a new future, and that's what I see at Recovery Reinvented. As the philosopher Umberto Eco once said, show not what has been done, but what can be. That is the promise of this moment, the ability to bring forth desperately needed change in a system that is broken. That is the work of the Bergams and Recovery Reinvented. That is the work that I hope we are doing at Jenna's Promise. And that is the promise of a day like today, too. There is so much talent in this building, we could light up the whole room. Each of you is here, right now, compass in hand, going forth onto the unbeaten path. This is your moment individually as well. As we stand on the brink of change, where will your compass take you? What answer will you be? What ripples will you leave behind? Thank you very much, everybody.
Bring your...
Is that all right?
Wow.
Well, we're thanking Gregory. We want to also introduce his father, Greg, and his wife, Amy, as well. They've been a key part of this great success story. Congratulations to the whole family. Thank you.
Some things are just meant to be, right? Yes. I mean, look where we are now and what you're able to share with us about what you guys are doing in Vermont. And I don't know about you guys, but I think I'm going to drive to Vermont just to have coffee in the rest areas. I'm ordering some of that coffee for sure.
But I do want to highlight, I think, for takeaways for us at North Dakota, key point here, community of 3,500. We've got a lot of communities this size or smaller with the same characteristics of downtowns, losing businesses, but this integrated model where they're talking about wellness and exercise, they're talking about taking older buildings, turning them into the new heartbeat of a community, the housing, the supportive housing, and then the workforce element, which is absolutely key, because I loved when you said that stigma is brittle. And you can shatter that, and you shatter that by those interactions. I mean, that's a key takeaway for me. But for all of us here, one more time, they drove all the way from Vermont and got here. And
incredible.
And a little story. They're driving here. It didn't happen in North Dakota, or I could have helped them get off the hook. But they were driving in a Jeep Cherokee, and they hit and killed a pheasant out of season without a license. But it wasn't in North Dakota. But anyway, Jeep 1, pheasants 0. But they made it safely. The grill on the Jeep is a little bit in rough shape. But great to have them here, overcoming adversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for all you're doing. Thank you. I have one more hug. Thank you. You so good. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, wow.
Okay, well, we're at the very coming up to our close, and we have to.
We're way past the 2-minute warning.
We are, but what we've got left is some gratitude that we have to go through.
But wait, there's more.
Did we forget one thing?
So you said earlier one of the rules is you shouldn't have an elected official speaking unscripted. Another rule is that you shouldn't surprise your boss. But I figured if we're at the end of the day, I can break rules, and if you want to fire me, it's at the end of the day anyway. So at this point, we have one more thing, and I would like to invite Jenny Olson.
One more speaker.
Please
Here he is.
on stage.
Give it up for Jenny Olson.
Wow.
She's running stairs. So I am going to hand the mic to Jenny, and the governor and I are going to leave the stage.
That's right. You didn't think you were going to get the last word, did you?
Oh my gosh, what?
Yeah, buckle up. Good afternoon. For those of you who I don't know, my name is Jenny Olson, and I was the first director of the Office of Recovery Reinvented. And we just have a couple minutes, important minutes left to wrap up today. We have a long tradition here at Recovery Reinvented, which was very obvious today, of celebrating and lifting up people, organizations, initiatives, all that represent the things that you and the governor love and adore, and we all do. Leadership, innovation, resiliency, grit, courage, and we would be remiss if we did not honor and celebrate one of our very own today as we wrap up this 8-year journey. So that's what we're going to do right here. So
I made it almost the whole day with
yeah.
It's going to happen now, I think.
So, Catherine, when William was talking today, he was talking about his own recovery journey, but he was talking about, you know, it was not easy, but it was worth it. I couldn't help but think that whole time about this entire Recovery Reinvented journey. And how some days you run, some days you walk, some days you crawl, some days you stumble. And I brought my own. I have that one. I was thinking about the journey of building this, and that's exactly what it felt like. And some days we ran, and some days we crawled, and we definitely stumbled. And the beauty of that was I got to witness time and time again, you get back up and keep going and keep showing up, even when it would have been easier to say, that's enough, I've done enough, I'm tired. And I'm an introvert. But you didn't. You kept showing up. And here we are today experiencing all of this. And when all of this, the lights, the cameras, the people, the international viewing audience, the press, all of that is gone, I don't want you to forget the really, really tiny moments along the way, the things that I had the privilege of witnessing. Many days I would pick you up in my minivan and you'd like push the Cheerios off the passenger seat where the toddlers had been right before that, and we'd travel around the state. And I remember when we would visit some of the sober living homes and the treatment facilities, and the people would just clamor to visit with you. There was one day in particular, you had been visiting with a group in a treatment center, and answering all the questions. It was totally informal, free form, and we were walking out of there, and you were light and happy and smiling, and just happened to utter the phrase, those are my people. And I remember kind of stopping, doing a double take, you know, looking back inside that room. That wasn't obvious to me. And it was such a good reminder of, like, if you had taken an aerial photograph of that moment and an outsider was looking in, they would have never come to that conclusion themselves. And you meant it, and you felt it, and those people in the room and in this room every single time, they also feel it, and that is why they respond to you, and they tell you their stories and their secrets and their dreams and their heartache. And in those tiny little individual interactions, that is where I believe your legacy is going to live on and going to be passed on in ways that you will never know. You get to see a lot of it here, but we got to remember that how that's going to carry on. So I stopped at Target this morning, and I bought you this plain empty glass jar, because I was thinking that today we would take an opportunity to, my wish for you is that we can bottle up today how you feel in this moment. All of the gratitude, all of the appreciation, all of the love when you get to see that impact. Because I know that there is going to be a day and a moment, because we are all human, where you're going to find yourself in a moment of fear, a moment of questioning, a moment of doubt. You were talking about shame earlier and how it brings us to question whether we are enough, whether we are capable of change. And I have seen this in you time and time again. I know you can, I know you will, but I need you to be able to remember that. And so we're going to bottle all of that up today, and you get to take it home in this jar to remember that in the moments when you need it and to be able to pass it on, because that's what you've given all of the people here in these last 8 years. So with that, we're formally going to formalize this celebration in honoring of you with, Jonathan, the actual OG Pioneer Award for Catherine Burgum. So let's hear it.
Thank you.
Let's hear it for Catherine.
Thank you. So much. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Oh, see this, Catherine? This all goes in the bottle. You know, hearing all of that adoration and love, and so take a moment, just for real. Take a moment, soak this all in, because you need to remember this moment.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, complete surprise. But you know, I truly have worked with the most amazing, incredible, and patient and tolerant people, you know, ever in my life. And you know, I've met so many incredible people through this event and on this journey, and you know, I'm just so lucky. And you know, that there's a path for me that I can't even make up every day. And you know, it brings all these amazing, incredible people into my life, and it's not always easy. You know, because I'm a perfectionist and all these things. But anyway, I'm just so dang grateful to have, and what a great idea to, you know, remember it and try to soak it all in. Because I'm kind of like, okay, that's done, on to the next thing, you know. But I really want to think about this moment and think about how wonderful it's been, and so grateful to all of you for being here today, and you know, let's just keep this going, you know, let's keep this eliminating stigma thing going. You can all do it in your communities, in your lives. So I'm just so grateful. Thank you so much. Thanks, Jenny. Oh, so fantastic. Is he? Oh. Did you know about that?
I might have.
Did you? Because you usually can't keep a secret, so I'm shocked.
I did today.
Yeah.
But so well deserved. Let's give it up for Catherine. I mean, incredible what she's done.
It's a team effort. It's a team.
We know that if you knew about it, you would have nixed it like 100 times, because I think that you just got through the most uncomfortable 5 minutes of your life having someone in public say nice things about you. That was, I know that was hard for you, but you made it. Way to go. Jenny, thank you. Thank you for yours. Jonathan, the service, the leadership, the two of you, Raina, Joey, the whole team, the small but mighty team that has worked in the Office of Recovery Reinvented. It's really incredible. Think of this. The Office of Recovery Reinvented is usually either 1 or 1.5 staffers. Everything that's been accomplished in the last 8 years, 0 state dollars have gone into Recovery Reinvented. It's all been from sponsors that have helped make this happen.
It would not even have happened if you would not have created that office, the Office of Recovery Reinvented, by executive order, to really show how important it was to both you and I that we have dedicated resources, and not taxpayer, but we have people that are focused on, you know, working on this, you know, so many things related to addiction. So we have to thank you for your executive order. And
that part was easy, because guess what? I believe in you, and I know how much you care about this cause and the people. As Jenny said, these are your people, and so it was easy. One of the easiest executive orders I ever signed was that one.
Well, thank you, but I just have to say, just between me and us here, and those of you on the internet,
and the thousands watching online,
my solution to everything that I want to have fixed in the state is, Doug, you need to do an executive order for that. Pretty much everything. But anyway, it doesn't always work.
Yeah, sometimes we run into that thing called the Constitution. But anyway, we work around it when we can and make everything work to solve problems. That's what we're about. But here, as we close out today, we're reminded that we have this incredible information. Think back about where we started this morning. Catherine's amazing keynote, then William Moyers, then we had Natasha, and then wrapping up with Gregory. In between that, we heard about incredible programming coming from the state, whether it's corrections or behavioral health. All of these things, you know, again, give us the tools that we need to work together between ourselves as individuals and also with the tribes and with everyone else to empower people, improve lives, and inspire success. And when I hear the stories, when I hear about what Natasha's doing with Silver Barrel, when I hear about what Gregory and his family are doing with Jenna's Promise and all these cool enterprises they've created. Wow. They're empowering people. They're improving lives. And when we hear the stories, we're inspired to success. So to see people just executing and modeling against these 6 powerful words is so aligned with what we're doing. It's, again, just another great day. And we wouldn't have had any of the speakers today if it weren't for your personal relationships, as it has been for several years. If we get a keynoter that comes here, it's because they want to come hang out with Catherine. They want to come here and see what's going on in North Dakota. So let's hear it for our keynoters, including Catherine as one of those today.
And we also would love to thank Lindsay for being here today and helping us with, you know, getting with this incredible magic she does.
Lindsay and I did 85 press conferences during a pandemic together, and my favorite thing to do was to say things like, have Lindsay sign, she has to sign whatever I say, and so then I would say things like, the governor talks way too fast. I wish he would get to the point. Anyway, it's just a fun thing that you get to do that you don't always get to see, but anyway, but she's amazing. And I think then when she has to do it, if I say I'm amazing, they mean they're talking about you. I mean, I'm talking about Lindsay, because Lindsay is tireless. She's been up here all day. Yeah. People say, I talk with my hands. Look at her. This is like incredible. So, thank you, Lindsay. And of course, we've got lots of other folks that we're going to thank too, and maybe, but let's go through these and then we'll get there first. But we have an assignment this morning for all of you. That was the challenge, curiosity. How many of you met somebody today that you'd never met before? Look at that. Yay. Well done. Well done. We have a high percentage. We have high performers here. Yeah. Way to go. We've got the humility. You're here. You had an open mind. Gratitude is abundant. Share it on the way out. And again, we've got the challenge coins to pick up on the way out of the door. And of course, with that challenge coin, you can use that for gratitude. You give it to somebody else, but then also the courage to take action, like many of our speakers, like Catherine, and taking your pain and turning it into a solution. We can see that that's a fabulous thing.
Yeah, and we, as Doug mentioned, we had some really great people doing keynotes today. And, you know, William Moyers shared that the message that hope is a strategy, and the medallions we collect in our God box are mileposts along the way. They matter and they count. William's story of the holding on to hope until more hope revealed itself reminds us to reflect on how far we've come. His words emphasize that the experiences we carry with us in a God box or in our hearts mean we do not need to completely start over along the journey to hope, healing, and renewal.
And Natasha, again, thank you. We can all relate to a ranch kid from Montana who's become the founder and CEO of a global company. She impressed upon us the value that people with lived experience of addiction have in the recovery process. If there anybody, we had them stand this morning, but the 1,200 people that are here that have gone through the training for peer support in North Dakota should all be empowered by this, because essentially the recovery coach model, she's turned into a company. She's taken it global. And she talks about being behind enemy lines and wanting to work with a person who doesn't have a theory, but they've actually been there and they know their way out. So this is, in doing all this as a mother in recovery, incredible, great story. She's still here with us right now. Natasha, thanks for being with us all day.
And we just heard the incredible story of Jenna's promise, and again, wow, amazing. And you know, to be able to turn buildings in your community that have been, that are run down and whatever into coffee shops and bakeries and whatever, it's not only, I don't think that's cool only because I love coffee and it's basically nectar of the gods, it's coffee for me, but anyway, it's not only about that. It is about rehabbing old buildings and stuff. So anyway, very cool. And
well, and I was going to say the thing that's really powerful there is that Jenna's promise really was a promise.
Yeah.
We're going to help people.
Yeah.
When we get out of here.
Delivering on that
and
promise.
the family picking it up and carrying that forward. I mean, it's a you know, transforming. I'm sure you probably look at the people in Johnson, Vermont.
Yeah.
The whole community is being changed by that promise. And so again, to the Tatro family that came all the way here, thank you for showing us what it means. And we celebrated amazing recovery champions. And of course, we started out this morning with the Zula Award. I guess it was after lunch, but Chairman Jamie Azure, the Turtle Mountain Recovery Center, you saw the incredible community spirit and the leadership there from Jamie. The Phoenix Award with Jonathan Lane, the incredible work they're doing with Providence House. And then, of course, our very own from Health and Human Services, Behavioral Health, Laura Anderson, Trailblazer. And then the surprise at the end, a true pioneer, Catherine Bergman. Let's give it up for all of today's award recipients.
In closing, we want to come back to gratitude. We are grateful for all of you. We are so grateful for this opportunity to have Recovery Reinvented, but it wouldn't happen without so many amazing, incredible people. Grateful for the leadership of Jonathan Holt, the Managing Director of the Office of Recovery Reinvented. Jonathan has used his lived experience as someone who's in long-term recovery to ensure we are creating an intentional space for people in recovery or seeking recovery, their families, and everyone else in our workplaces and communities to support recovery. Although most of you see him mainly on this day, many of you may know he has been a resource for so many North Dakotans who are seeking recovery. He's made himself available to help whoever reaches out to him. He also owns a couple of restaurants called the Toasted Frog. And one very cool thing about what he does is when he hires employees, on the first day they come to work, they're talking about their benefits program, and he says, hey, if you ever need help, or you need to go to treatment, or whatever you need to do, if you go to treatment, just know that I will pay you, we will pay you while you're at treatment. Because one of the biggest reasons people don't do that is because how do they manage that? That's a pretty amazing, incredible thing. So
it's really, the Toasted Frog is one of the exemplary recovery workplaces in the state.
Recovery workplace, yes, absolutely. We're grateful to Raina Asham, Policy and Communications Manager for the Office of the First Lady. She's an amazing addition to the team. She's a former Miss North Dakota who has traveled the state developing relationships and connections in that role. And he's used those connections to bring the message of the First Lady to eliminate stigma across North Dakota.
And of course, we want to thank the team at the Bismarck Event Center. This is where the event started. The first one was held here. We've moved it all around the state. I'm hearing from people today, I know that there's going to be a Recovery Reinvented next year somewhere. We won't be governing First Lady, but I'm hearing people from the audience, they're taking up William Moyer's challenge. As he said, we've got to keep this thing going. We've got to keep it moving. But I also want to say gratitude to our generous sponsors. Without them, it wouldn't be possible. The funding for the staff throughout the year, but also the partners to make this work. Livewire, who's doing the tech, everybody that's here. But let's give everybody that helped produce today's event a big thank you. We got some final announcements that we need to make, which is continuing credits are available. Pick up your form on the way out, find a link to the post-event email. If you attended here, you have an opportunity to earn credits for what you learned here today. The playback of this event will be available on recoveryreinvented.com. One way that you can help us out and spread this is if you thought a speaker today was amazing, if you thought a part of the program was incredible, these are chopped into smaller little things. You can click on them, you can forward them, you can send them around. So there are way more people that watch online that come in person, and there are way more people that watch after the fact than watch on the same day. The content that's been created here will live on in the archives, and we've got people that are still watching keynotes from years ago. So for those of you who are in the room, you've been an incredible live audience. You've brought energy to the room. You've spent your time with us. Thank you. But if you know anybody that you feel could be moved or changed or inspired by what you saw here, go to recoveryreinvented.com. We'll have those up as quick as we can online for people to watch and view and share with all of that. And we'll also be sending out a survey to gather feedback on what people liked and didn't like about the opportunities that are here. And so we would love to have your feedback as well. And one last important one, which you kicked off this morning.
Narcan is available on your way out the door, so please be sure and pick that up. And also, the recovery coins are available on your way out the door.
We're here today because we came together and we've invested the time and the effort into this because we envision a world where everyone who's struggling with a disease of addiction can reach out for help and is able to access the kind of services that can help them deal with the kinds of addictions that we're dealing today without the added burden of feeling that shame or stigma.
And we want all stories of recovery to be celebrated. This is something we can't stop talking about. Thank you for spending your time with us today, and let's all continue to reinvent recovery.
And we have a special treat. This has been a highlight for those that have watched all day long or stayed in person all day long. You've seen him walking around, but we've got a talented contributor who's been at multiple of these events, and that's Cody Harmon. He's a videographer, and in that way, he's an artist in his own right. He's been shooting clips throughout today, capturing all the highlights, and so you're going to get to watch a video. It may include you, but you'll remind of the insight we gained, the inspiration we experienced, and this video also will be available online. Take it back to your communities to create lasting change in your home, your workplace, your families, and your communities. Thank you so much for being here. Enjoy the video. Thanks for making the 8th annual Recovery Reinvented a smashing success. Grateful to all of you. Let's go out and keep tackling the shame and stigma. Let's keep tackling the disease of addiction. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Love was holding all the cards and always kept me in the dark. I never thought I could shake this heartache until I saw your light, and it's got me feeling like life is good, yeah. Life is good, yeah. Yeah, in my darkest times, you got me feeling like I've been walking on air. Left all my worries and cares. I've got no burdens around you. I don't care who knows I love you. 'Cause I've been so lost without you. And in my darkest times, you got me feeling like life is good, yeah. Life is good, yeah. Yeah, in my darkest times, you got me feeling like Angels smoking cigarettes on rooftops in fishnets in the morning.